order. Welcome to meeting number 147, the House of Commons Standing Committee on Finance, pursuant to the House of Commons Order of Reference adopted on Wednesday, May 22nd, 2024, and the Standing Order 108, Bracket 2. Committee is meeting to discuss Bill C-69, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on April 16, 2024. Before we begin, I would like to ask the members and others in-person participants to consult the cards on the table for guidelines to prevent audio feedback incidents. Please make note of the following preventative measures in place to protect the health and safety of all participants, including the interpreters. Only use a black-approved earpiece. The former gray earpieces must no longer be used. Keep your earpiece away from the microphone at all times. When you are not using your earpiece, place it face down on the sticker placed on the table for this purpose. Thank you all for your cooperation. Today's meeting is taking place in a hybrid format pursuant to Standing Order 15.1 in accordance with the committee's routine motion concerning connection tests for witnesses. I'm informed that the committee that all witnesses have completed required connection tests in advance of the meeting. This is not exactly correct, members, so that there may be witnesses or officials that need to come on if you have any questions, and then they would be tested at that time because there's too many of them. That would be there available for us, but that will be done at the time that they are asked to come before us. I would like to make a few comments for the benefit of the members and witnesses. Please wait until I recognize you by name before speaking. For members in the room, please raise your hand if you wish to speak. For members on Zoom, please use the raise hand function. The clerk and I will manage the speaking order as best we can, and we appreciate your understanding in this regard. A reminder that all comments should be addressed through the chair. I'd like to provide the members of the committee with a few comments on how the committee will proceed with the clause-by-clause consideration of Bill C-69. As the name indicates, this is an examination of all the clauses in order in which they appear in the bill pursuant to the motion adopted by the committee on Tuesday, May 28, 2024. All clauses to which no amendment was submitted will be considered and voted on first, although I believe there's been some discussions, and that may change some at the beginning where members are able to pull out some of those clauses. But followed by that, by the clauses, we'll follow with the clauses with amendments. I will call each clause successively, and each clause is subject to debate and a vote. If there are amendments to a clause in question, I will recognize the members proposing it who may explain it. In addition to having to be properly drafted in a legal sense, amendments must also be procedurally admissible. The chair may be called upon to rule amendments inadmissible if they go against the principle of the bill or beyond the scope of the bill, both of which were adopted by the House when it agreed to the bill at second reading, or if they offend the financial prerogative of the Crown. Amendments have been given a number in the top right corner to indicate which party submitted them. There is no need for a seconder to move an amendment. Once moved, you will need unanimous consent to withdraw it. During debate on amendment, members are permitted to move sub-amendments. Approval from the mover of the amendment is not required. Sub-amendments must be provided in writing. Only one sub-amendment may be considered at a time, and the sub-amendment cannot be amended. When a sub-amendment is moved to an amendment, it is voted on first, then another sub-amendment may be moved, or the committee may consider the main amendment and vote on it. Pursuant to the motion adopted by the committee on Tuesday, May 28, 2024, if the committee has not completed the clause-by-clause consideration of the bill by 5 p.m., all remaining amendments submitted to the committee shall be deemed moved. The chair shall put the question forthwith and successfully without further debate on all remaining clauses and proposed amendments, as well as each and every question necessary to dispose of the clause-by-clause consideration of the bill, as well as all questions necessary to report the bill to the House. Finally, if members have any questions regarding the procedural admissibility of amendments, the legislative clerks to my right here are here to assist the committee. However, they are not legal drafters. Should members require assistance with drafting an amendment or a sub-amendment, they must contact the Legislative Council. I thank the members for their attention and wish everyone a productive clause-by-clause consideration of Bill C-69. As I said just earlier in my remarks, members, there are many witnesses, I believe about 70 or so, that are available if members do have questions, but they would have to come, many of them online via video conference, and they would have to be tested to get them going. So now we will get started.
Could I make a comment?
Okay. P.S. Turnbull, just before we get into it.
Yeah, just wanted to note that we had both in the motion discussed, and I know you made mention of this in your opening remarks, but that we would deal with all clauses that have no amendments on them. But we had also discussed as a group that that members could identify any clauses that needed to be picked out of those that they may want to either speak to or vote against. And just because we discussed that, I just wanted to put it out there that that was what was decided by the committee. I had put that on the record, I think, when I had moved the motion that programmed our time together, and just out of respect for members and wanting to ensure that we stick to what we had agreed, I just wanted to bring that to your attention, and I'm hoping that we can move, you know, with a semblance of order, obviously, through the unamended clauses, and then, but I think what we might start with is just picking out if members have already identified any of the clauses that they either want to vote against or just speak to, so that those, because those obviously can't get grouped together if we're going to do things in some groupings. I'm not sure if we're going to have unanimous consent to group some of the clauses, but I'm assuming that we may. So.
Okay, thank you, P.S. Turnbull. Yeah, so, and I'll look to MP Sainte-Marie.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thanks, Chair. I'd like to greet everyone, all the civil servants with us today. Connected to what Mr. Turnbull just mentioned, if we want to identify the articles for which we are seeking a vote, even if there are no amendments, would you like me to prepare a list of those for which I will be asking for discussion or votes right now, or when we get to those articles? Otherwise, I do agree with putting all of them together. Thank you, Mr. Sainte-Marie.
I've got MP Davies also to speak to this.
Yeah, thank you to Mr. Turnbull for raising that. I think that does represent what we said. I can identify a few. The NDP has some amendments around Division 31, Part 4, specifically clauses, and that entails clauses 322 to 333.
Stop you there just before, so that we can then we'll do the room and we'll just capture all of those. Yeah, and then so that'll be easier for the ledge clerks to be able to kind of put everything.
You want me to mention?
I do want you to.
Okay.
But just so we can make sure that we do. Once we do that, and we'll go. We'll get yours. We'll get MP Sainte-Marie's. I don't know if the Conservatives have some. I don't know if the Liberals have some that they want. Okay. All right. So. Are we ready to go on that? Yes? Members to list the clauses? Okay, I do see a thumbs up from MP Sainte-Marie. Okay, great. So MP Davies, yep, thank you for that. So we'll get a list now of all those clauses. Yeah.
Okay, I'm not sure I can be totally comprehensive, but these ones I think we have. So it's clauses, Division 31 of Part 4, clauses 322 to 333. These are the ones that amend the Food and Drugs Act. We have amendments to some of those clauses. Specifically,
I'm just going to stop you just for 1 second. Yes. Okay. So maybe allow me. Would you like to speak to this? Just the best way for you to get the. Yeah. I'm going to ask the ledge. Yeah. So, MP Davies, you were reading some of the clauses that have amendments, and we've got those. What? No. Okay.
by the way, we should just speak in terms of clauses. I guess you don't need the division. Okay. So, I have amendments to clause 326 and 327 and 328. Okay, those are my amendments, but they fall within a section that embraces 322 to 333. I intend on potentially voting against some of those clauses, even though I'm not amending all of them. And it's funny, the ones that come up that I'm going to vote against, I come up before the ones that I'm amending. So I just think we should set aside. Well, I'm not sure how we're going to handle it. I'm just identifying for you that those are the clauses that I intend to speak to and vote against, that include some of them that I'm amending.
The main thing here is that the ledge clerks understand just in the sequence how we're going to go and if it works. Okay, but thank you.
It may just work anyway, because if 322 comes up, which I'm not amending, I may just vote against it. So we could be able to go sequentially. But I have one other area, which is around clause 386.
Just one moment. We're going to stop for a second. I'll go back. So the recommendation is that I would read the list, which that's how I was going to start, of all of the clauses that are not being amended. And then as we go through the list, we will look to pull out whatever ones that need discussion. Is that what you're looking for?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, you're going to read the list of clauses that are not being amended? Well, that's almost the entire bill. Wouldn't it be faster to read right? I mean, hundreds and hundreds of clauses you're about to read out are not being amended. Yeah. What's the purpose of reading those out?
We have grouped those clauses. We have grouped them all. Yep. So let me just do this first part, members, and I'll stop, and you'll see where we are. So, okay.
Yes, good.
So pursuant to the motion adopted by the committee on May 28, 2024, we will first consider and vote on all clauses to which no amendment was submitted. There is no amendment submitted to clauses 1, bracket short title, 2 to 37, 39 to 79, 81 to 122, 117 to 122, 125, 126 to 130, 131 to 146.
Sorry, Chair.
Yes.
We did have some amendments between 111 and 130.
So as I was going through the list, MP Helen, so I got to 112, and then I said 117 to 122. So what was between 112 and 117 was not captured because there is an amendment. Yeah. So yeah. Okay. So yeah.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah.
Between
So
112 and 117.
yes. Yeah, I'm just reading the ones that did not have amendments, and the ones that all of the members submitted amendments were not captured in this, so they are outside of these numbers. So I know, as I'm saying many numbers here, at times I'm giving you an individual clause, at times I'm grouping those clauses. So, let me start from the beginning, and I will, okay. Okay, no, not a problem. I know there's a lot here. So, there is no amendment submitted to Clause 1, short title. Then Clauses 2 to 37. Then 39 to 79. 81 to 112. 117 to 122. Then clause 125. Then clauses 126 to 130. Then clauses 131 to 146. Then clauses 148 to 155. Then clause 159. Then clauses 161 to 196. Then clauses 199 to 202. Then clauses 205 and 206. Clause 208. Clauses 210 to 212. Clauses 214 and 215. Clauses 218 to 220. Clauses 222 to 226. Clauses 228 to 247. Clauses 249 to 268. Clause 270. Clause 272. Clauses 274 to 290. Clauses 293 to 320. Clauses 322 to 325. Clauses 327 to 385. Clauses 387 to 393. Clauses 395 to 401. Clauses 403 to 405. Clauses 407 to 409. Clause 411. Clauses 413 to 437. Clauses 439 and 440. Clauses 442 to 444. Clauses 446 to 460. And clauses 462 to 468. So those are all of the clauses that did not receive amendments from the members. Okay. Yeah. And okay. Now I do see a hand. I do have MP Samadi, and then I'll go to PS Turnbull. Yeah. MP Samadi, please.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le
Thank you, Chair, for coming up with a list of the articles without amendments. Amongst these articles, those without amendments, I think we should have a discussion and a separate vote for Articles 17, 35, for 38 and 39. There are amendments for 38, but none for 39. So I think 39 too should be voted separately. In Part 4, Section 16 of the open backing goes from 197 to 217. There are amendments within those articles. I would like to speak to 197 and have separate votes from 197 to 227. Yes, there are some amendments in some of those articles, but those that don't have any amendments, I would like a separate vote. And generally speak to 197. As my colleague Mr. Davis said, from 322 to 333, Section 31, I think we should have discussions in 322 and possibly have separate votes from 322 to 333, even if some of these articles do have amendments. I hope that's clear enough. Thank you.
MP Samadi, were you able to capture that? Yeah. Dave, would you like? We are just going to have the legislative clerk repeat those numbers so that we are clear and everybody has those. Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Monsieur Sainte-Marie, j'ai noté
Mr. St. Mary, I noted Article 17, 37, 39, 197 to 227, and 322 to 333. Am I right? Yes, you're right. Thank you.
And then I have MP Lawrence.
I
PS
didn't
Turnbull.
catch what the legislative clerk had said.
Those numbers.
Those numbers. Could you repeat those again? I just want to scroll them down here.
Yeah, for sure. So clauses 17, 37, 39, 197 to 227, and 322 to 333.
Mr. Chair?
Is that good? PS Turnbull? Yeah, I've got MP Lawrence and then I've got MP Davies. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have a list of numbers, but I just wanted, I'm a little confused about the process here because I don't understand why we just don't go through it sequentially. Because we're going to have to pause because we have three opposition parties and one government. There's a million different iterations that could happen, and one of us has to be able to raise a flag and say, like, the Bloc and NDP and the Conservatives are all going to not support this, right? Or so going it through sequentially is the only way that sort of makes sense to me. And then at that point, we're going to have a recorded division. We'd want to talk to it at that point, and presumably there'd be some discussion. So the Conservatives expect to be very collaborative in this meeting, to be clear. I just think moving it through sequentially will save us a lot of time, and we can go through these groups, and then someone can raise a flag as to, I want to talk to this, or three of the opposition parties are going to vote against it. So I would say let's just go through sequentially, and we'll agree to the groupings. Like I said, we want to be collaborative. This process is going to be really cumbersome.
Listen, as the chair, I just go by what the committee had agreed to in the motion, and this is kind of what was given to me. So this is what I brought forward by going to MP Davies and then PS Turnbull.
Just two things. One is the clerk just read out the sections of the block, but I'm not sure what about those numbers. What am I to do with those numbers that were just identified? These are clauses that what? That the bloc wants to speak to?
Yeah, I'll let the bloc speak to that. MP Davies has just asked about the numbers the clauses that you referenced.
Donc, les articles indiqués.
The articles that are indicated, I would like us to have some discussions and possibly votes for each of those articles. Thank you.
They're not clauses that are going to be amended? Like, I don't understand. Are these clauses to be amended or not, or to be voted against, or just to be talked to?
Allow MP Samari, please, if you could just explain what the clauses that you've asked to have pulled that did not have amendments. Yeah.
Yes, what I understand in terms of the method chosen by the committee is that all the clauses, Mr. Chair, that you mentioned not amended could be adopted as a whole with some dissidence. So I've come up with a list of the articles I would like to take out of that big package to discuss them separately, sometimes seeking a specific vote on each of those clauses and getting into more detailed discussions. As we mentioned, I named certain sections by clauses. Some of these clauses covered already have amendments, but for section 16, open banking, it starts from 197. At 197, I would like to discuss for the whole section, but in this section, there are amendments, as Mr. Davis mentioned earlier. For section 31, we have to discuss the first clauses to set out our positions and possible votes later. So take out the mentioned articles in the big package.
MP Samari wants either a debate or a vote on those specific clauses. Yeah, and I'm going. One moment. Got PS Turnbull. So members, I'll just let you know the motion that you put forward, that you adopted, was to do it this way. That's why we've put this together. We've put this together this way. I'll go to PS Turnbull.
So maybe I can just clarify. I know this seems a little bit unwieldy, but I think we're going to benefit from this once we get organized, and I think we're just about there. So bear with us, colleagues. But I think what you've done, Chair, is listed all of the clauses that you had grouped together. Committee members are now picking out ones that need to be separated out of those groupings because there either needs to be a bit of a debate or there's a separate individual vote. Or in Mr. Davies' case, in a couple of cases, I think you've identified a couple of amendments that you're going to move from the floor, and you've identified those clauses. So that's why those have to be separated out from any groupings. I'm really glad to hear Mr. Lawrence say that, you know, we're all going to work together collaboratively today to get this done, and I'm really happy about that. But I think if, you know, for example, Chair, you had read out Clause 2 to 37 as having no amendments. Well, we now know that the block on Article 17 and 37 need a separate vote so they can speak to those. So obviously that grouping needs to now slightly change. It would be 2 to 16, and then it would be 18 to 36, right? And I think that's what this enables us to do, which then will enable us to move quite quickly, I would think, based on those groupings, which I'm hoping that we'll be able to vote through fairly quickly because nobody has a comment, nobody has an amendment, and nobody needs to speak to any of those groupings. So that will speed us up and I think get us out of here hopefully earlier today than you know, I'm sure everybody will want to work as efficiently as possible. So I think it's just getting organized here at the beginning, and I think the time is well spent. And I think we're just about there. So let's stick to it. It's what we agreed on, and I would prefer to stick with what we agreed on. Thanks.
Thank you, PS Turnbull. I have MP Chambers.
Maybe we're all talking about the same thing, but I'm a bit confused. What's the intent after we go through the list? Are we not just going to go through, are we not just going to start right now and say Clause 2 to 37 are no amendments, but Mr. St. Marie says number 17, so we go 2 to 16. Pass on division. Then we go to St. Marie. I mean, so we can, so why don't we just go through and start?
Well, we're just about to do that, aren't we?
Like,
Now that we have all the numbers?
Well, all of those will have been, all of those clauses that were part of what I just read out on the, that had no amendments would all be dealt with in at once.
No,
And
well,
we would
sorry.
and then we would move right.
I think that's a misunderstanding. In order to keep the spirit of Mr. Turnbull's, or the motion adopted by the committee, was we are to deal with all of the ones that are unamended first, right? But not all in one vote. Right? We'll go through them, all the unamended ones first, unless someone has something to say about it. In which case we'll stop, pause, pass the group until that one, and go on to the next one, right? I think that's the only way it's going to work.
Chambers, it was to go to a vote on all of them that were not to be amended, and we would just be done with them.
2 to 16.
Okay, that's right. I agree with that.
Yeah, and then
I thought he's saying one vote for.
No.
All
Of course
of the-
not. Can I clarify, Chair? Yeah.
Let's just start then.
So my understanding is from 2 to 16, there's no. Yeah, we could do that on division, exactly. And then from 18 to 36, we can, okay, so let's, well, exactly. But we needed to know what clauses needed to be pulled out of those groupings. Okay.
Members,
fair.
please, listen. wait, the way that the motion was written and how we have it here is it would have been that all of those that did not have any amendment, you could change this, but did not have unanimous consent. Sorry. All of those that were not amended would have been voted in one vote. Yeah. And that's how it was going to go. So all of those that I had read out, of course, now some have been pulled. All of those that I read out would have been in that one vote, and then they would have been dealt with, and then we would have gone to all of those that were not voted on.
I understand it's the chair standing,
Yeah.
but I think we have
Yeah.
UC to proceed sequentially. Appreciate it, Ryan, and it's not a bad practice to flag the ones in advance, but we're not going to waive our right to if something comes up there. But like I said, Ryan, nothing to worry about. We're here to be collaborative and to get our objections on the record, but to move forward with this.
All right. So, all right. Is that what I'm hearing? Is the unanimous consent to do it the way that we've done it in the past? We're just going to, where we can group them, we'll group them. And, okay, yeah.
What we're saying is that we're going to follow the process that we've identified, and that Conservatives may, from time to time, say that that grouping that we've just decided on, that they want to speak to one of them in the package, or I don't know. But
Yeah, no, we're
I don't give unanimous consent to change the way that we've agreed to operate based on the motion. I don't give unanimous consent for that. And I think Mr. Lawrence is saying, I'm not putting words in your mouth, what I thought I heard you say, so you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that Conservatives are not waiving their right, if you do want to speak to one in one of those groupings, that you can then flag it when we get to that point, and you can break that one out and speak to it. I get that. So
I mean,
fine.
the go around, Peter, here is easily we flag them all. We flag them all, and then we get to the same place. But we don't want to be like that, quite frankly. So we just want to go ahead by groupings. We'll flag the numbers that are already flagged. We won't waive but we're not waiving our rights to flag as we go.
So we're going to start with 2 to 16 then, right?
We're all sort of agreeing, but in a weird way.
Well, now we're starting with 2 to 16
Yes.
because we've been informed by MP Samari that he wants 17 out and wants to speak to that. Okay. All right. So, okay, I'm going to suspend for. think we've got things kind of clear right now in order. So what we're going to start with is Clause 1, the short title, and Clauses 2 to 16. Okay, with grouping those, members? Yes?
Big moment here.
Okay, you have yeah, on division? On division, okay. So now we are at 17, and I believe MP Saint-Marie would like to speak to this.
Oui.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Part 2 puts in place the 15% minimum tax to allow multinational corporations to stop using tax havens to pay less taxes, so that creates more fairness. Article 17 exempts maritime transport companies from this 15% minimum tax, so their fleets can still use these tax havens and avoid paying taxes. I would describe this as the Paul Martin clause. I'm against this clause. I don't think people should be able, these maritime transportation corporations, as other multinationals, they should pay their fair share of taxes, and that's why I'm seeking a vote on that article, and that's why I think this clause should be rejected. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
On this? No? Did he ask for a recorded vote? Yes? No? Or just a raised hand, or how, MP?
Oui, je demande, comme je vous ai dit,
Yes, as I said, I'm simply requesting a vote.
A recorded vote, please.
Mr. Hanley?
In favor.
In favor. Ms. Zarowitz?
In favor.
Ms. Thompson?
In favor. In favor.
Mr. Turnbull?
In favor.
Mr. Jauhari? Mr. Chambers? Mr. Helland?
In favor.
Mr. Lawrence?
Support.
Mr. Moran?
yes.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie?
Contre.
Mr. Davies?
Say yes?
Mr. Davies?
Yes.
Yes.
The coalition, I saw it in action. Julie.
Yes pour 10, 10, nays contre 1, 1.
It's carried. And now we will go to our next grouping, which is clauses 18. Members, our next grouping is clauses 18 to 36. Okay. On division. Okay. On division. Okay. On division. And now we are at clause 37. MP Saint-Marie.
Oui, merci, monsieur.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Here, it's a lengthy article, the hydrogen credits. If you look at the details of this article, this is based on the hydrocarbon and gas industries to produce hydrogen. So for us, it's not really a transitional plan. This plan supports an industry where corporations are already very profitable. They are simply paying over their profits to the shareholders. Our transition plan is not to subsidize the gas industries and hydrogen industries. So I would vote against this, and I would urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, Chair.
Members, any debate? No? Okay. Is that raised hands, or how would you like on division? MP Saint-Marie?
Non. Monsieur le Président.
No, Mr. Chair, as I said in my speech, I'm asking for a recorded vote.
Mr. Hanley?
I support.
Ms. Zarowitz?
In favor.
Ms. Thompson?
In favor.
Mr. Turnbull?
In favor.
Mr. Jauhari?
In favor.
Mr. Chambers? Mr. Helland?
In favor.
Mr. Lawrence?
En favor.
Mr. Morantz?
In favor.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie?
Contre.
Mr. Davies?
Abstain.
Yes pour 9, 9, nays contre 1, 1.
Okay, it's carried. And now we are at clause 38, and this is CPC 1. So there's an amendment here. Would you like to move that? You'd like to move that? Okay. Would you like to speak to that at all? No? Okay. I do have a ruling, members. So Bill C-69 seeks to amend the Income Tax Act by providing a refundable tax credit for certain activities related to clean technology manufacturing property. The amendment attempts to add to the list of qualifying products by including equipment used for helium production, which would expand the tax credit provided in the bill. As House of Commons Procedure and Practice, third edition states on page 772, since an amendment may not infringe upon the financial...
My apologies for interrupting you, Chair, but my understanding was we were still saving all of the amended clauses for after. So this is a change to the process, which we had just agreed on, and I felt like we finally got there in terms of our process, and then we've jumped into an amended clause.
All right. Okay. Thank you, P.S. Turnbull. So we will go back. We will come back to Clause 38. So, okay. So then we're going from... Okay. There is debate 39.
Oui. Merci, Monsieur le Président. Donc,
Thank you, Chair. So 38 and 39, it's a credit we call the Clean Technologies Credit. So this is subsidizing hydrocarbons, and they don't need this. They're already very profitable. The transition plan should not go through other subsidies to petroleum companies. So I'm seeking a recorded vote, and I will be voting against. Thank you, Chair.
So record a vote on Clause 39.
Mr. Hanley,
In favor.
Ms. Zarowitz,
In favor.
Ms. Thompson,
In favor.
Mr. Turnbull,
In favor.
Mr. Johari,
in favor.
Mr. Chambers. Mr. Chambers says in favor. He's not in front of his mic. Mr. Halan,
Against.
Mr. Morantz,
Against.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie,
Contre.
Mr. Davies.
In favor.
Yeas pour 7, nays contre 3.
Who said that?
I didn't vote.
Oh, Mr. Lawrence, I'm sorry.
Oppose. Thank you.
Okay. So, yeas pour 7, nays contre 4.
Okay, carried. And now we're grouping 40 to 79 members. So 40 to 79. Oh. I'll go to the members. Group clauses 40 to 196. No. Oh, sorry. Okay, I'll read each of them. Members, let me know. Clauses 40 to 79. Then clauses 81 to 112. And clauses 117 to 122. Clauses 125. Clauses 126 to 130. Clauses 131 to 146. Clauses 148 to 155. Clause 159. Clauses 161 to 196. Members? On division? Okay, on division. Okay, well, thank you for that. To our alleged clerks that put that all together so quickly, thank you. And now we are at... We will now start with debate on 197. I believe that was the next clause that you had referred to, MP Samari.
Oui, tout à fait.
197.
Yes, 197. Mr. Chair, Section 16, it sort of skews the open banking project from 197 to 227. There are several amendments throughout these clauses. For clauses that don't have any amendments, we can vote on them. Right now, I would urge my colleagues to vote against.
Excusez-moi.
To the ledge clerks, there may be a... There is already an amendment on 197, so we will get there when we go to all the clauses with amendments. Yeah.
Donc, à ce moment-là, est-ce
So, is there one on 198? Yes, there is on 198. So,
Amendment is 199.
Oui, tout à fait.
yes, that's right. So I would just carry on where I stopped, urging the members of the committee to vote against the entire section. I think it's important that the government should legislate on open banking. It's been years. We've been expecting this. The needs are there. Activities are being carried out without adequate legislation. So first of all, I think the government is too slow in implementing legislation on that front here. And the implementation, the Budget Implementation Act coming up this spring, the legislation has not been finalized. The government says this section here, Section 16, it's the infrastructure, it's the basic infrastructure of the Act, and details will be provided in the autumn. But if you look at the skeleton, the infrastructure, the framework has many issues at several levels. The government hasn't done its homework on this. So if we take this framework, we will have major problems subsequently. So I would ask the government to withdraw this section and carry out consultations, work throughout the summer, and come up with a more complete bill in the autumn. There are several problems. The choice of giving the responsibility of this framework to this issue of funding consumers, I think it's a serious mistake. The group spoke before the committee and they expressed their incompetence and the lack of understanding of what open banking is all about. I don't think it's really a criticism. It's not quite the basic role to do this. I think it would be much wiser to give the management of such a framework to the office of the superintendent, who already masters the ecosystem. He knows financial institutions, be they under federal or provincial jurisdictions or financial cooperatives, credit unions, and the Albertan, the Alberta Treasury Branch, ATB Financial. They are under provincial jurisdiction, such groups. So the agency that's in charge of the framework in the Act doesn't have the jurisdiction. There will be issues coming up constantly. Beyond that, the government chose to have the management only at the federal level. There wasn't a shared jurisdiction with provinces, for example, consumer protection, that's within provincial jurisdiction. Here, it's suddenly federal. So otherwise, stepping into other areas, if there is a funding institution under provincial jurisdiction, like a co-op, a credit union, if they want to compete with the Bay Street banks, they have to apply to the province, ask the province to renounce their legislative powers in terms of open banking to allow them to work on the federal jurisdiction. The provinces will never accept that. So we have implemented a two-tier system. It's a major advantage for Bay Street banks, and it's a major disadvantage for financial institutions under provincial jurisdiction. That's quite unacceptable. Is that surprising? Each time the Minister of Finance comes up with legislation, there's always give the edge to Bay Street compared to other financial institutions, and that's quite unacceptable. So in the proposed framework, it will be very complicated to break down everything that's being done here now. After that, there's a lot of vagueness. I don't see this framework really working. Is it the IMF that will be supervising or controlling things in Quebec, or is it the Financial Consumer Bureau that has to do this? We asked them questions they couldn't ask. There are no shared jurisdictions. Quebec Consumer Protection is under the Civil Code. It's been so since the conquest. It's always been respected by the central government and by the Crown. And now we will be stepping away from that. It's going to raise very serious issues. It was a shoddy job. I would ask the government to withdraw that section, to do their homework, to discuss with their provincial counterparts, and to have full consultation, to come back with a better bill this fall in a few weeks, a few months. So some of the technological norms, we expected the industry to regulate that, to do some supervision, to check everything. These norms are going to be determined by the Financial Consumer Group, and that would raise serious problems. Mr. Williams, the Bay of Quinte MP, has done great work on open banking, and he proposed a bill, and my party and myself, we could agree on that framework here. There are a lot of amendments that are brought up by conservatives on this area, and I think to better reflect the vision of Mr. Williams, this is done in a defective framework. There are problems. Things will never work out. So I would ask you to completely reject this section. Same thing for amendments, because the base would never work. So, dear colleagues, if we adopt this section as drafted, even with the proposed amendments, there will be issues. There will be discontent. We will have a regulatory agency that doesn't have the expertise to do a good job. We would have a two-tier financial system, and we would have to backpedal in the fall or later. So by rejecting this section and asking the government to do their homework again over the summer, I think we avoid a lot of problems. Otherwise, we can expect major problems throughout the process until we backpedal. So I would urge you to vote against this article and all the articles of Section 16. Out of respect for the credit unions, financial co-ops, provincial jurisdiction, to be more efficient, to have a regulatory agency that doesn't have to keep learning new things all the time. It takes years to have an agency that can discuss with the stakeholders in the field. I understand that the fintech groups, it's been years that they've been waiting on this. I recognize that. But if we pass this here, it is not going to be put in place faster. We have to wait till the fall. I think we should have a fuller, more serious bill, and so I must send back Section 16 to the government. So, Mr. Chair, for all the articles in that section, I would ask for a separate recorded vote. Thank you. Thank you, MP Sainte-Marie.
MP Davies.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I'd like to just speak very briefly to this, to sort of set forth the position of the New Democratic Party. I want to thank my colleague, Mr. Sainte-Marie, for raising those concerns. Generally, we're very supportive of the concept of open banking. The idea that we want more competition in the financial services sector, the idea that the consumer should be firmly in control of their own data, and to clarify that data should be made more easily transferable at the direction of the consumer, so that that consumer can shift their money and resources and investments around, I think is not only good for consumers, I think it'll foster competition, greater competition in the markets. At the same time, Monsieur Samri makes some, I think, important points to make, that it does strike me that there's a lot of work to be done in this sector. One thing I'll say is one of the negative consequences of this committee spending a lot of time discussing non-essential issues, I'll say, in the last couple of weeks, is that it curtailed the amount of time that we could have to hear from witnesses. And one of the big deficiencies is we did not hear from the credit union movement outside of Quebec. I want to thank Monsieur Samari for making sure we heard from Desjardins, but I'm left wondering what the position of the credit union community is outside of Quebec cross-country. We did not have the benefit of their testimony. I would think that they would be supportive of these, because really right now the big five banks have a stranglehold on investments, and the purpose of open banking, which I understand many other countries in the world are ahead of Canada on, is to make sure that people do have the ability to move and be in control of their data from the big five banks. So I would imagine the credit union community is in favor of that. So I just want to conclude by saying I'm sympathetic to the concerns that Monsieur Samari raises, particularly the one about jurisdiction in Quebec. I'm concerned about, whether or not we have a fit-for-purpose body to enforce these regulations. But I do think overall that what's more important is to get open banking established in this country. And this may be imperfect. I'm hoping that maybe by the fall economic statement, or by the next budget, which will be happening in 10, 12 months, perhaps, that we'll have an opportunity to make refinements. So I think we all here in this table see the benefits of open banking, but we all want to get it right. So I think establishing this now in this budget, we will support this attempt to get open banking started, with the proviso that there are concerns and issues that I think we're going to have to be revisiting over the next year and years ahead to refine the system to make sure it works in the way that we all intend it to. Thank you.
MP Davies, I do have a speakers list, so I've got MP Lawrence and then MP Zerowitz.
I will be relatively brief because Mr. Davies said pretty much everything I was going to say. Conservatives, like it sounds like every party around the table, support the concept of open banking for greater competition, transparency, and hopefully lower prices for consumers. We too are challenged a little bit with the way that this has been conducted. Specifically, if I don't think I'd be doing my job as a member of official opposition to not level a couple criticisms that this is now, we're years behind many other advanced economies with respect to our open banking legislation, and all we've proposed so far is a framework, and a flawed framework as well. The government already had options put in front of it, including by, as Gabriel Sainte-Marie said from Ryan Williams, where they said we support wholeheartedly the concept of open banking, consumer-led banking, but we do find challenges, as Mr. Davies and Mr. Sainte-Marie has stated, particularly given the amount of time this government's had and the amount of resources they've invested, presumably, in investigating and putting together this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Lawrence. MP Zerowitz, please.
Thanks so much, Mr. Chair. I just want to say a huge thanks to Monsieur Samari. I think he's made some very thoughtful comments, and I very much appreciated hearing them. As someone who's been asking about open banking for many, many years now, I actually do have confidence that our officials have been studying this, have been looking at it, have been trying to make sure that they've put forward a proposal that is right. I feel very confident that we have an excellent proposal that is before us and that's within this bill very much be supporting it. Nothing is ever perfect, and so I agree with Mr. Davies that if there's things that we need to adjust as we go along, let's do so. Australia is already on version 3 of their open banking, and so I would say let's get on with it. I do have a lot of confidence in our officials that we've got an excellent proposal here. Thank you.
Well, thank you, MP Zarowitz, and to all of you for that debate. So, members, that was a debate, and now we're going to be voting on clauses 199 to 202, 205 and 206, 208, 210 to 212, 214 and 215, 218 to 220, 222 to 226, 228 to 247.
Non, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président.
MP.
Chair, I agree to group articles that have no amendments in Article 16, but I want a vote, a recorded vote for each one of the articles in Division 16. But so 197 to 227 that have no amendments on those, I would like a separate vote on those articles.
So it's been requested that we have a separate vote from clause 199 to to 226. So we're going to have a separate vote for each clause from 199 to 226. Yeah. Okay. I've got MP Davies. Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, just I'm wondering if the analyst can help by referring us to the page number maybe in the budget, because it's very difficult to find. We're referring to clauses, but the word clause does not appear in the bill. I think when we say clause, we mean article or section, so it's hard to find. I think it means article, but it's in tiny, it's hard to find. So if we could maybe have the, where we are going to be directed to a section that we're going to vote on.
MP Davies, Division 16.
Yeah, but even that's hard to find.
Maybe we could get the page number. Okay. While we're looking for that page number, MP Samari.
Oui, Monsieur le Président.
Yes, Chair. If it could save us some time, we can vote the articles of Division 16, or the clauses that have no amendment, in as one block. I want a vote on Division 16. So I thought that's what you were doing before I spoke a few minutes ago. For example, 199 to 202 and 204, 205 rather, to 206, 208, 210 to 212, 214 to 216. That can be voted all as a group rather than doing them individually.
It read out, but I probably had more in there. But he's talking about MP Samari is referring to Division 16. Okay. Okay, and the page, MP Davies, is 525. Yeah. Okay. So did MP, so MP Samari has requested that we would call the vote for the entire Division 16, which would be, we'd be voting on clauses 199 to 202, clauses 205 and 206, clause 208, clause 210 to 212, clauses 214 and 215, clause 218 to clauses 218 to 220, clauses 222 to 226. Oui, MP Samari? Yeah, okay, okay.
Sorry,
Yeah,
just
MP
before
Lawrence.
So we're going to go to a recorded vote on all those sections.
Yeah, grouped all together, yeah, all those clauses. Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
As none of the amended clauses in there.
I sincerely bring this to the committee. I don't believe we've done division on groups of sections before. I don't know if we've done a recorded vote with respect to large groups like that. I have some challenges from a democratic principle, us doing a recorded vote on large sections of the votes there. But I raise
Unanimous consent, MP Lawrence.
Okay.
Yeah.
No one else does consent. We're okay. We'll give you a seat.
Okay, all right. So, members, I read out the clauses that we will be voting on right now, and clerk.
Mr. Baker.
In favor.
Ms. Zerowitz.
In favor.
Ms. Thompson.
In favor.
Mr. Turnbull.
In favor.
Mr. Sorbara.
In favor.
Mr. Fast.
In favor.
Mr. Halan.
In favor.
Mr. Lawrence.
Yes.
Mr. Morantz.
Yes.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Contre.
Mr. D.
Against.
Yeas pour 10. 10. Nays contre 1.
Okay, carried. Okay, so now we are back to. So, members, now we are looking to group the clauses 228 to 247, 249 to 268, 270, 272, 274 to 290, 293 to 320. Okay. Members are good. On division? Okay, on division. Okay, so carried on division. Yeah. Okay, so now we are at, okay, so requested by MP Sainte-Marie and MP Davies, debate and votes on clauses. So we're starting with 322. We're going 322 to 325, and then 327 to 333. So on 322. So.
Oui.
Yep. MP Sainte-Marie.
Oui.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I don't have a fixed position on Division 31. I'm not a specialist in the subject. We had several witnesses who came before the committee and presented contradictory positions. It's hard to untangle this. According to a certain group of witnesses, we're giving too many powers to the minister to do what they can already do with powers that they have. For other groups, it's important to give these powers to ban products containing nicotine that are destined for sale by the industry. I want to share with the committee members, the fact that I've just received last night a letter from the Quebec Coalition for Tobacco Control telling us for the anti-tobacco fight in Quebec, one should vote in favor for Articles 3 or Clauses 323 to 333 to fight against the use of tobacco. But many of the specialist witnesses said that what's presented in Division 31 is not the right means to achieve this objective. So, Chair, again, I want to remind the government that it would have been better for such divisions to adopt this not in a mammoth 660-page bill, but in a distinct bill which could have been studied by the Health Committee with a specialist on the issue to take the time that's necessary to look at this issue. So now I will listen to what my colleagues, such as Mr. Davies, have presented as arguments, but I feel not well equipped to make a decision at this point. At this point, I would say that the Quebec Coalition for Tobacco Control is has a lot of weight in my decision and means that I risk voting for this. But I really want to call the government for asking us to decide in this manner. Thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to speak briefly to it. This is one of the a few parts of the entire bill that we have concerns about. First of all, I want to just state for the record, I was health critic for the New Democratic Party for 8 years, and in that time, I have been a passionate and strong proponent of tobacco control measures. To me, you know, the marketing of a highly addictive carcinogen to Canadians is something of first-order importance, and the propensity of the tobacco industry to find ever more creative ways to find nicotine delivery systems to hook the next generation of Canadian youth on their products is stunning. So I want to state for the record, I am fully in favor of strong, robust, effective control on nicotine pouches, and frankly, every kind of mechanism that Big Tobacco tries to utilize to continue to market their products to us. Now, this the reasons given for this bill, and by the way, I'm going to say again, due to a lot of filibustering in this committee, we were not able to hear from a lot of witnesses, and I think that needs to be said for the record. I'm left to guess a little bit at the policy reasons behind this because we never really did hear a really strong, cogent argument from the government. But what I've read in the media from the Minister of Health is that he would like these powers so that he can regulate nicotine pouches. And the other example that was given, I think, before this committee was to facilitate emergency shortages of necessary products, and the example given was baby formula. Now, this section purports to give powers to the Minister of Health to, on his own belief, whether he or she is certain or not, to basically make any decision that he or she wants to on whether a product is sold or not in Canada, if it's used off-label, and if it's intended originally for animal use. It also would allow the minister, just on their belief, without being certain or not, the power to exempt any product whatsoever from the provisions of Health Canada. And third, it would allow the Minister of Health to approve any product that he or she wants if it's been approved by a foreign regulatory body. So to me, besides questions like what does this have to do with dealing with medications that are targeted at animals? What mischief are we trying to get at there? I'm left guessing. But what I will say is this, as I hone this and bring this to a close: these powers are too broad. The discretion of the minister is unlimited. In fact, I have never seen in legislation, I was a lawyer in a different life and I've been in Parliament for almost as long, I've never seen a section of an act that says that a minister of the Crown can act whether they're certain or not. I've never even seen that language. And finally, I want to just comment briefly on this being inserted in a budget bill. Now, again, I'm an equal opportunity critic. I was here when the Harper government used omnibus bills in a very, very major way, and they started the practice of amending all sorts of legislation that have nothing to do with Canada's fiscal or economic issues, but they crammed them into a budget bill as a way to get a quick passage. Now, sometimes you can put extra things in a budget for various reasons. I think that in a wise government's and judicious government's use, there may be a place for that to some degree. If you have to legislate something quickly, if it's not too controversial. But the habit has developed in this Parliament for governments to legislate in all sorts of areas issues that have nothing to do with this and that require further study. This started last budget when I'll go back after criticizing the Harper government. The Liberal government came to power in 2015 saying they would not use omnibus bills. I mean, I guess being in opposition like we have that through that time, they saw the problems with that from an opposition point of view. And I'll just name a couple of the problems. I think my colleagues would agree, and some of my colleagues in the Conservative Party have commented on this. Issues that require, and I think the Bloc Québécois, my colleague, M. Saint-Marie, said this very well, issues that require further study and stakeholder input at an appropriate committee, we are robbed of that. It simply doesn't happen. I mean, we've got a massive bill the size of a phone book, for anybody who can remember what a phone book was. And we didn't hear from a lot of the stakeholders about this. So this last budget, the government amended legislation concerning natural health products with Vanessa's law. They slipped that in the budget bill. And they changed the definition of therapeutic products to include natural health products, which has huge ramifications for the natural health products industry. And that was done without any proper study. So in my view, while I'm extraordinarily sympathetic to, I think, the rationale behind this, I think it's well-intentioned. I think the government is seeking powers here to do some good things with. They have done this, they're killing an ant with a sledgehammer. The legislation should be surgical, it should be targeted, it should be amend the appropriate legislation, which in my view would be the Tobacco and Vaping Products Act or some other legislation. It should go to the Health Committee. They should hear from a broad array of stakeholders. They should study this bill, and then they should.
And I apologize. I'm going to interrupt. It's because the bells are ringing. It is for a quorum call. If we do have UC, we can continue. Members, is that okay? Okay, MP Davies. I apologize.
Thank you. Thank you to my colleagues for the UC. I'll bring this to a close. This issue, and then I think the putative reasons given for this should be passed after that process, but. I'll use a bit of a pejorative. Slipping it in a budget bill is not the proper way to legislate. These powers sort of amount to let the minister do whatever they want if they think it's needed. And that is not an appropriate way to legislate powers, no matter how salutary or desirable the examples given might be. For those reasons, I mean, Health Canada, particularly when we talk about products that go through a very rigorous process of being approved in Canada by Health Canada, this would allow the minister to exempt that, or to approve it if the FDA said yes, or if any product is used off label. We got a little tiny flavor of the implications of legislating an area of off-label use. We know that many health professionals, from physicians to traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, use products all the time off-label, and they are regulated. They're regulated by the provinces, and they're regulated by their professional bodies. And to allow one minister of the Crown the discretion to change that on his or her belief, and even if they're not certain, I think is not wise. It's not a wise legislative process. So that I just wanted to set that forth. I have some amendments. Perversely, I'm going to be seeking to amend these sections, and then I'll be voting against them. And the reason so is because if they are going to pass, and I don't know what my colleagues are going to ultimately decide on this, then I at least want some guardrails and parameters in the sections. But I will be urging my colleagues to vote against these sections because they are just far too broad, and there just aren't sufficient guardrails. My last point will be this: I heard the Minister of Health say that, no health minister would be, would use these powers in an unreasonable or irresponsible way. Well, as the Muslims say, trust in Allah, but tether the camel. I don't trust that. I don't think we should rely on giving unlimited unilateral powers to a single cabinet minister on the assumption that they will just never do it. I could take a bit of a critical shot and say that, I sat on a health committee, and people who may be potential health ministers in this country in the future, I'm not so sure I would want to give powers to them. I will say that. Not these broad powers. At least now, and this is where I will conclude, people will remember that when we did have shortages, say, of childhood pain medication, acetaminophen, we had shortages of ventilators. We had shortages in this country of baby formula. There are ways that exist now in cabinet to use emergency measures, but there's two important guardrails. One is it gets the approval of cabinet, and the second guardrail is those emergency measures are time durated. And I think those are two important guardrails that at least exist now that I think ought to be at least considered if we're going to be making change to that. And I don't see those guardrails in this legislation. So I just thank you for indulging my, I don't only have a few places I'm going to speak in this budget. This is one of them. And so I wanted to give a fulsome explanation of why I'm concerned about this area while being very sympathetic to the underlying issues that appear to underpin it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, MP Davies. I do have MP Saint-Marie, and then I've got PS Turnbull after.
Oui. Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je suis très sensible à tous les éléments qu'a amené notre collègue Don Davies. C'est vraiment.
I am very aware to these amendments presented by Mr. Davies, and I'm wondering about how to proceed, even though it's very sensible and that Mr. Davies' arguments are in harmony with my values, my position. I received the letter, as I said, from the Quebec Coalition for Tobacco Control, but actually those are several groups that are together in this coalition. I would like to read this to you to help us in our reflections. And again, I lament this process. I did not have enough time to hear all specialists and come to a very enlightened reflection, because the government should have placed this in a distinct bill to take the time to do things properly. I'll continue to speak. I'll read you the letter that I received yesterday. It's addressed to me as the critic for finance and Luc Thériault, who's the health critic and vice president of the Standing Committee on Health. It comes from the Pulmonary Association of Quebec, the Quebec Coalition for Tobacco Control, the Quebec Council on Tobacco and Health, the Heart and Stroke Foundation, the Canadian Cancer Society. The subject is a support of clauses 222 to 233 of the bill. I'll just start reading. In this letter, we would like to express to you our firm support for the adoption of clauses 222 to 233 of Bill C-69, which amend the Food and Drugs Act. These provisions are crucial to protect young Canadians against new tactics deployed by the tobacco industry that risk making these nicotine products popular amongst young people. The marketing launched by Imperial Tobacco last fall of these new flavored nicotine patches, Zonic, show major weaknesses in the current regime around replacement tobacco addiction products that are considered as to be natural health products. Imperial Tobacco promoted its Zonic trademark, making these pouches attractive to young people with images of cool young adults with slogans and names of flavors that are in packaging that looks like candy. So many Canadians are interested in this new product. And the order of pharmacies in Quebec showed that in drugstores where they are being sold, they seem very popular, especially amongst young people. That's what motivated the order to recommend for all pharmacies and the products to keep these products behind the counter. Several weeks later, the government of British Columbia intervened to fight against sale behind the counters in pharmacies. So other provinces want the federal government to put in guardrails surrounding the sale of this. And now the law for tobacco products and vaping products has no strength to regulate these nicotine patches. Same thing for other products containing nicotine, which the tobacco companies are working on. That's why we want to emphasize with you and the members of your party the great relevance and the urgency of the federal government intervening quickly so it can protect young people against these products. Yes, in fact, it's important to prevent any industry manufacturing nicotine products in free sale to decrease this image of the positive aspects of vaping for young people. This was the result of a framework that was much too permissive. The marketing of sonic pouches, supposedly destined to help people quit smoking, but addressed to young people, requires an urgent intervention of the Minister of Health. With the proposed amendments, where the minister can prevent these companies to sell these with gaps in the legislation. So clauses 222 to 233 in Bill C-69 allow the minister to intervene very quickly to prevent the sale and the flavoring of these nicotine pouches and other replacement therapy products for nicotine, which would decrease these undesirable effects for users. We're thinking about consumers of people who have not been smokers or vapors, but for whom the marketing will have seemed attractive. And we have to say that the ministerial powers introduced by C-69 in clauses 222 to 233 do not remove any natural health products from the market, but allow the Minister of Health to introduce guardrails for the sale of products whose marketing raises issues and problems related to health. So the sale would be maintained, but would be conditional on some criteria which would have been the object of consultations. In the case at hand, the nicotine pouches and other natural nicotine natural health nicotine products which might see these amendments are appropriate to better create a better framework for these products that create a risk for health, especially for young people. So as groups concerned with health, fighting for years against nicotine addiction, especially amongst young people, we exhort you to support these amendments that strengthen the measures already in place in Quebec while extending them to other provinces. And it's signed by those groups. Mr. Chair, I took a lot of time to read this letter in its entirety. It's a letter signed by a number of groups, of health groups that fight against tobacco use, that use very strong words. As I was saying, I did not have the time to listen all the parties that were concerned by this division to reach a clear decision because of the government's way of proceeding that I denounce. It's not the proper approach. Mr. Davies raised many very important, very strong arguments and asked several questions about the minister's extended powers. That's of great concern. So here I have to make a decision with all these various elements heard by from the witnesses, from Mr. Davies' arguments, and also those of Mr. Turnbull that I imagine will be coming up. And I have this letter that's very strong. I'm not a specialist in this issue, so I will choose to base my judgment on the association's which I trust, the Pulmonary Association of Quebec, the Quebec Coalition for Tobacco Control, the Quebec Council on Tobacco and Health, the Heart and Stroke Foundation, the Canadian Cancer Society, and because of their letter and the arguments that they've expressed, I will vote for clauses 222 to 233 and quite possibly in favor of the suggested amendments if they're presented. This was not an easy decision, and I deplore the government's way of handling this issue. Thank you, Mr. Samari.
Thanks, Chair. I'll just make some brief comments. One, I want to thank Mr. Davies for bringing the amendments forward. I think they're welcome, but I do want to express the intent of the proposed amendments in Budget 2024, which amend the Food and Drugs Act. Those are all attempt to address and prevent unintended and harmful uses of therapeutic products, such as preventing addictive nicotine replacement therapies from being marketed to youth. Obviously, this is a major concern I think that we share when we see youth taking up those new replacement therapies and being the target of marketing campaigns. The intent of the measures were always meant to give the Minister of Health the authority, but that he or she in the future would review all available evidence and base any decisions on well-founded reasons before using the new legislative authorities. That was the intention. But I also recognize that Mr. Davies has formalized that within a set of amendments, adding reasonable grounds, I think, to some of the important clauses here in the bill, and I think that's welcome because I think it further makes explicit what was intended. So I think those are things that the government members will be supporting, and we appreciate the amendments. And just to Mr. St. Marie's points, I'll just say generally it was too bad that obviously we didn't have as much time to hear from witnesses because there was quite a bit of committee resources that went into a fairly extensive debate and filibuster that went on for a while. I'm glad that we got past that and we're now moving forward, but that's regrettable that there wasn't a bit more witness testimony for him to hear from additional witnesses. But so we do empathize with him on that. But I think, as he knows, these are welcome adjustments, giving the minister some legislative authorities and powers that I think are needed to crack down on these activities that target youth. Thanks very much.
Thank you, P.S. Turnbull. I do have MP Lawrence to speak.
Thank you very much, and I must say I was taken by Mr. Davies' remarks. They were quite poignant, and I might even dare say cutting at points with respect to granting additional powers. And I would be of a mind to agree with what most, if not everything, Mr. Davies said. Conservatives take a dim look at giving ministers additional unlimited power. And quite frankly, it wouldn't take much other than a review of QP in the last couple of QPs to see that the current Minister of Health, giving that individual who wanted to trap Canadians in their car for 10 hours on road trips on an absolutely wacko rant, that giving this individual unlimited power is not a good idea.
Lawrence. So thank you, members, for that debate. So we're now voting on clauses 322 to 325 and 327 to 333. Okay. What do you want? It's looking to MP Samari. Is on division, MP Samari?
I'd like a recorded vote,
Yeah.
please.
Oh, okay. MP Davies, a recorded vote. I think on all, right? MP Davies, yes? Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Mr. Baker?
Sorry, just before
This is a recorded vote on clauses 322 to 325 and 327 to 333 in those groupings.
Voting in a block, or are we voting in block, right? Okay. Yeah. That's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, in a block.
Good,
Yeah,
good.
they're in a block. Yeah. Okay, MP Davies? Yeah.
Put them all on 326, but they actually cover 326, 327, 320. Yeah. So my amendments, I think were erroneously put only on 326 when they actually amend 326, 327, and 328.
Right. Let's.
So
Let me just suspend for a second so the ledge clerk can check on that. If I could just get everybody's attention. So thank you, MP Davies, for that help to put things in order here. So, members, right now we'd be voting on clauses 322 to 325 and 329 to 333. Okay? And that will do it for us. So I'm just looking around, members. On division? Yeah. On division? Remember? Yeah. A recorded vote?
Can
MP Davies wants to record. Okay.
Can I just double check with the clerks, with the analysts?
Yeah.
I had not thought 329 to 333. Those are not being amended? Okay.
Okay. Okay. So it's
Thank
a
you.
record. MP Davies was asking if 329 to 333, if there was any amendments there. There were not. So, okay. So again, we're voting on clauses 322 to 325 and 329 to 333. Okay, clerk?
Mr. Baker?
In favor.
Ms. Zarowitz? Ms. Thompson?
In favor.
Mr. Turnbull?
In favor.
Mr. Sorbara?
En favor.
Mr. Chambers? Mr. Holland?
Against.
Mr. Lawrence?
No.
Mr. Morantz?
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie?
En faveur.
Mr. Davies?
Against.
Yeas pour 6, nays contre 5, 5.
Okay, they're carried. And now, members, we are grouping clauses 334, excuse me, to 334 to 385, 387 to 393, 395 to 401, 403 to 405, 407 to 409, 411, 413 to 437, 439 and 440, 442 to 444, 446 to 460, and 462 to 468. On division, members? On division? Yeah, sorry, MP Davies? Yeah.
Sorry. I was trying to keep up. There are a number of provisions that concern the changes to the immigration and refugee provisions that we would like to vote against. And I'll read off the sections, and I think they may have been covered, Mr. Chair, but stop me if you exempted them. But I had 391, 397, 400 to 405. No, sorry, 400, 401, 403, 404, 405, 408, 411, 422, 427, 433, 434 through 437, 439, and 440.
Put those together first? Yep. Okay, so we're going to suspend for a couple of minutes just to make sure that those are taken out of the ones that we are grouping together. Thank the legislative clerks again for all their hard work. They have taken out from the groupings that I had mentioned the clauses that MP Davies wanted removed. So right now I'm going to cite all the clauses that we'll be voting on that have those removed. So clauses 334 to 334 to 385, 387 to 390, 392 and 393, 395 and 396, 398 and 399, 407, 409, 413 to 421, 423 to 426, 428 to 432, 442 to 444, 446 to 460, and 462 to 468. So that is what we are voting on now, members. Just on division, members? Yes, okay. On division. Okay, thank you. And now, MP Davies, we have all of the clauses that you've requested to be separate. Now, MP Davies, yes?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I would propose for efficiency's sake that we could group all of the sections that I've identified and have one recorded vote on all of them.
Perfect. Thank you very much for that. So I will, members, read out all of those clauses that MP Davies has requested. And we are putting them in as a group. No, MP Samari, I apologize, I didn't see your hand. Yes, MP Samari?
Oui, je suis.
Yes, I agree with having a recorded vote on these grouped amendments, but I wanted to speak and ask questions about these amendments. So, Chair, should I speak now and ask my questions, or do I let you read the group of the amendments that you want to regroup?
Samari, what I'll do is I will read out the clauses in the group, and then there'll be opportunity for debate, so you could speak to them individually as a whole, and other members also. Okay.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, MP Davies.
It could be an error, or it could be just a turn of phrase. But Mr. Samari used the word amendments. These are not being amended, so I just want to make sure he's clear. We're segregating these out for special votes. Not. Does that change his opinion?
Yeah. So these are just clauses for a vote. They're not. There's no amendments here. MP Samari, you are aware of that? He is aware of that. Yeah. Okay. And then I have MP Halan.
Sorry, colleagues, but for Division 3, Clause 334 and 335, 368 to 379, 380 to 382.
MP Halan, if you could just... They were already carried, those? Yes. Yeah. So we carried those on division just when we voted on those before we got to MP Davies's.
Okay, that's fine then.
Okay.
Yeah. I didn't realize so. Okay, that's fine.
Okay. So we're going, members, to MP Davies' group. I'll read out the group, and then if there is debate, you guys can debate, and then we'll get to a vote. So MP Davies says these are the clauses now that we would be voting on are clause 391, 397, 400, 401, 403 to 405, 408, 411, 422, 427, 433 to 437, 439, and 440. Okay. So on those, yeah, I do see a hand up. So MP Sainte-Marie.
Oui, merci.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I understand that the articles that have just been mentioned that are not amended, I'm sorry for my lack of precision in the my preceding intervention, are related to amending the Immigration Act. We had witnesses in the committee who said that there were major gaps. My colleague, who's the immigration critic, who sits on that committee, Alexis, told me that that division was badly drafted, that the government did not do its homework well. I would like to know if either Mr. Davies or I see that we have MP Jenny Kwan online as well, could speak to that a bit to indicate to us how the mentioned clauses are problematic in order to help us make our decision in terms of the voting. And I risk that I will vote with the NDP on these clauses, given the conversations that I had with my colleague Alexis. Thank you.
I did see a hand go up. I got MP Lawrence. I don't know if MP Davies after also will like to speak, but MP Lawrence.
Thank you. I'm sorry. My apologies, Mr. Chair. And I know you did read them slowly, but I did not quite capture them. What are we voting on here? Which clauses again? My apologies.
Sure, I'll repeat them. So these are clauses 391, 397, 400, 401, 403 to 405, 408, 411, 422, 427, 433 to 437, 439, and 440.
And my apologies to my colleague, Mr. Sainte-Marie. Which ones does he have objections with? Or?
Oui, Monsieur le Président.
Yes, Chair. Actually, Mr. Davies has said that he wanted to vote against all of these clauses, which are in the Immigrations Division, and I would like to hear Ms. Kwan's explanation about this. She's the immigration critic. My colleague Alexis, who's the immigration critic, works in close collaboration with her, and I think it's the entire division that's problematic. And if I've understood, Mr. Davies announced that he'd vote against these articles that he mentioned, and I'm saying that quite probably after Ms. Kwan's and Mr. Davies' explanations, I will also vote against them. Thank you, Mr. Sainte-Marie.
See to Ms. Kwan if she wants to
I do have
speak.
MP Davies. Ms. Kwan, MP Kwan, are you also would like to speak to these? I just need your hand
can
up.
certainly.
Okay. So I've got MP Davies, and then if you would like, then I will go to you. Okay.
Mr. I was just going to suggest that I see my colleague is here, so I was going to see to Ms. Kwan. Is it okay, can I have the indulgence of the committee to remain here while Ms. Kwan speaks? Okay, thank you.
Okay. MP Kwan? Please.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that. So basically, for this section, so this one that we're talking about is clause 391 on FINA, page 624. And so this basically sets up changes in IRPA in the BIA to accommodate a new consideration of claims, or if you will, a pre-screening process. And so this is sort of the first component that has other sections that are related to this, to which the NDP will be amending in an attempt to make it better. To say, first off, the NDP, we don't actually support setting up this pre-screening process. In our estimation, effectively, the government is duplicating, in our view, resources to do a pre-screening process before a claim goes to the IRB. It's not necessary from my perspective, and it's a waste of resources. So there are a number of different provisions related to that setup of the process that we will be attempting to amend. So this is on Division 38, and then when we get to Division 39 on the detention issues, I will have something more to add.
Okay, well, thank you, MP Kwan. Any other members?
So with these sections, especially if the Bloc and NDP are voting a certain way, our vote becomes the linchpin, and we may not be voting the same way on every one of this grouping, and so Conservatives would ask for a clause by clause vote. It's not to be non-collaborative, but because our vote could change the outcome.
Okay, so what's been asked for is a clause-by-clause vote on these clauses, and we will then start with 391. 391
on division.
On division, members?
Yep.
I had asked for a recorded vote, but I would defer to my
vote
colleague, Ms. Kwan, on that.
Okay.
I would prefer to have a recorded vote, if we may.
Okay, so there'll be a recorded vote then. Okay, a recorded vote on, so shall clause 391 carry?
Mr. Baker.
In favor.
Ms. Zerowitz.
In favor.
Ms. Thompson.
In favor.
Mr. Turnbull.
In favor.
Mr. Sorbara.
En favor.
Mr. Chambers. Mr. Hallan.
Against.
Mr. Lawrence.
No.
Mr. Morantz.
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Contre.
Mr. Davies.
Do we get 2 votes? I'm teasing. Teasing. No.
Yes pour 5, nays contre 6.
Okay, it's defeated. And now we will go to shall clause 397 carry? You want to record it? Recorded vote? Okay.
Mr. Baker.
In favor.
Ms. Zerowitz.
In favor.
Ms. Thompson.
In favor.
Mr. Turnbull.
In favor.
Mr. Sorbara.
In favor, please.
Mr. Chambers.
No.
Mr. Hallan.
Against.
Mr. Lawrence.
No.
Mr. Morantz.
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Contre.
Mr. Davies.
Contre.
Yes pour 5, nays contre 6.
Okay, it's defeated. So shall clause 400 carry? Recorded vote.
Mr. Baker.
In favor.
Ms. Zerowitz.
In favor.
Ms. Thompson. Ms. Turnbull.
In favor.
Yes, thank you.
Favor.
Mr. Turnbull in favor. Mr. Sorbara.
En favor.
Mr. Chambers. Mr. Hallan.
Against.
Mr. Lawrence.
No.
Mr. Morantz.
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Contre.
Mr. Davies.
No.
Yes pour 5, 5, nays contre 6, 6.
Okay, it's defeated. Shall clause 401 carry? Recorded.
Mr. Baker.
In favor.
Ms. Zerowitz. Ms. Zerowitz.
You asked me?
Yes.
In favor.
Ms. Thompson.
In favor.
Thanks,
Mr. Turnbull.
In favor.
Mr. Sorbara.
In favor, please.
Mr. Chambers. No. Mr. Hallan.
Nope.
Mr. Lawrence.
No.
Mr. Morans.
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Contre.
Mr. Davies.
No.
Yes pour 5, 5, nays contre 6, 6.
Okay, defeated. Now we are on shall clause 403 carry? Recorded.
Mr. Baker.
In favor.
Read the
Ms.
Supreme Court
Zerowitz.
Justice. He's mad at us.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Yes.
Ms. Thompson.
In favor.
Mr. Turnbull.
In favor.
Mr. Sorbara.
Just to 432.
Mr. Chambers.
No.
Mr. Hallan.
Against.
Mr. Lawrence.
No.
Mr. Morans.
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Contre.
Mr. Davies. Yes pour 5, 5, nays contre 6, 6.
It's defeated. Shall clause 404 carry? Oh,
Chair,
sorry,
point of
I
order.
didn't see. Yeah.
Mr. Chair, we may be willing to group these clauses up until number 412 and have a recorded division.
No, we can't, right? We can go 403. Okay, so thank you, MP Chambers. What we're able to do is, because of there are some clauses in between that have amendments, we can go 403 to 405. Sorry, 404 to 4, because we did 403. 404 to 405 and 405, 408 and 411. We could group all of those.
And for
412 or 413 to 432. Can we do those as
No,
well?
those are not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're okay.
Okay. So it's so what we're voting on right now, members, is clauses 404 and 405, 408 and 411. Okay. 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 Is that on division or no?
Recorded.
A recorded vote. A recorded vote.
Monsieur le Président, avant, je vois que
Mr. Chair, first of all, I see that Ms. Kwan has raised her hand.
Look at the screen and miss that. Sorry, MP Kwan. Yeah, you had your hand up. I apologize.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I believe that if these clauses are defeated, then the amendments would not apply. So from 403 to 411, they are NDP amendments, but they would only be applicable if these clauses were not defeated. But now that if the vote is to defeat all these clauses, then the amendments would not apply. Does that make sense?
And
So
Kwan,
then
yeah,
there was this.
right now the clauses that we've cited that I've spoken to and said that we would be voting on here are clauses that do not have any amendments.
That's correct.
Yeah.
And so I think the comment was made that there's willingness to group all these clauses up until 411 together to do a division vote. Then if that's the case, the amendments that are NDP 23, NDP 24, and NDP 24.1 would not apply. So then we would not be moving those amendments if all these clauses are defeated. So that is to say, if the committee wishes to proceed with doing a on-division vote up to 411, that would be fine. Then I won't be moving those amendments.
Yeah, so
Does that make sense?
MP Kwan, when we get to the amended clauses, you can move those at that time. What was that?
Chair, can we suspend
I'm
for
sorry.
just a
Or
moment?
you can decide not to move them at that time.
Point of
yes.
order.
Or you can decide not to move them. Point of order?
Point of order. Can we just suspend for a moment to get organized here? I feel like we're kind of going off the rails on this. Just a quick.
Good. Okay, we'll suspend
Minute,
and
2
just
minutes.
let's get back in order again. Okay, so just where we left off, we had just voted on clause 403, and that's where we are. Thank you. So we're back, and just to recap where we left off, we had just voted on clause 403, and so now we are at went into clause 404. Yeah. So shall clause 404 carry?
Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Chair?
Oui, merci.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So, a question for Ms. Kwan. Earlier, before the committee took a break, she had said that if we were to reject the articles that we're about to vote to, it could limit the impact of her amendments. I'd like to know what she's suggesting as a position for the committee to vote for or against these articles, the current articles that we were going to vote on. Thank you.
Merci, MP Samari.
Thank you, Mr. Samari.
Well, thank you for that question, Mr. Chair. So if the committee members votes against these provisions, which the NDP intends to do so, then when we get to the amendment stage, we will withdraw those amendments because it won't be necessary anymore. Those amendments were drawn up in the event that these clauses were passed. So this is in relation to the asylum seekers component. When we get to the detention component, there are provisions to which the NDP will vote against, and then we will have NDP amendments to go through, which is NDP 26-1 and also NDP 27-1. So then because the structure of your system is that you can't do the clauses where there are amendments, then we have to deal with them separately, which is different, different system I'm used to. And so if these get defeated, then it's not necessary for the amendments. But on the detention piece, amendments will be necessary. Does that help?
That help, MP Samari? MP Samari? Oh, I think it's frozen. Yeah.
Oh.
MP Samari, you're frozen.
At least he's smiling.
Yeah, but you are smiling. Caught you in a good freeze there. Yes. But we understand. So we can get to these. And MP Kwan, yeah. So when we get to those that have amendments, we'll then have an opportunity for that. Is MP Samari, PS Turnbull.
So I just wanted to clarify something with regard to what Ms. Kwan said. When we do get to Division 39, where I think some of her amendments that the NDP will propose apply. If, I think the number of clauses that relate to that division will be working on the ones that are unamended first, and we're hoping to have her support on those because otherwise, as she said, if her amendments, the amendments she's proposing, might not apply because the division will not hang together. So I just wanted to put that out there because it is a different process than perhaps some other committees do. So with her not having been involved in all the conversations with Mr. Davies, I just wanted to make her aware of that so that she's 100% clear. I hope that's helpful, and it was brought with the intention of being helpful.
Thank you, PS Turnbull. So that was to MP Kwan, just if you did capture that. Yeah, okay. Okay, so do we have Gabrielle back on?
He's reconnecting.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't have him right now.
All right, so we'll suspend for. Yeah. glad that MP Saint-Marie, MP Saint-Marie is in his Constitute office. He's safe, secure, and the system's working well, and that's all good. We're glad. And I've got, so I do have some hands up before we go to where we were. MP Saint-Marie, and then I've got PS Turnbull. MP Saint-Marie?
Oui, merci, Monsieur.
Yes, thank you, Chair. First of all, I would like to thank the committee members for their indulgence, and also thank you for your indulgence, Chair. I'm very sorry we've been connected for a few hours. The Surface, the portable laptop we're using, is overheating, and so I wasn't able to reconnect to the Surface. I've been able to reconnect to another computer. Meanwhile, I understand that Parliamentary Secretary Turnbull has been able to negotiate with my immigration critic, Alexis, and I will tell you that when we get to clauses 433 to 441, the Bloc will vote for these clauses, being aware that the NDP amendments that are associated will be adopted. So I apologize to the committees and the officials who are present at the meeting.
You were speaking to are the ones with amendments, but we are not, and we'll get those to after we get through the clauses that did not have amendments. Yeah, but thank you, MP Saint-Marie, for that. PS Turnbull.
So my understanding is that some of the clauses in Division 38 have been stricken from the bill based on the committee members' votes in before we had that suspension. And I don't, like, I understand that committee members have voted that way. It's all good for us, but I would just ask for unanimous consent to remove and withdraw Division 38 entirely from the bill. As I understand it, all committee members, as far as I understand, that I've spoken with are for removing that. So I think we, as on the government side, don't want a piece of Division 38 in there. So we'd ask for unanimous consent to withdraw all of Division 38.
It doesn't make sense to have one clause floating in space, so Conservatives are agreeable to that.
Okay, and I see the Bloc is agreeable also, and the NDP.
Sorry, if I could have a procedural question. What's the difference between withdrawing a section and just simply defeating it? Because we've already defeated part of it. Is there any practical or procedural implication to doing it either way?
Okay, so that's a good question. Yes, MP Davies is asking about the withdrawing or the defeating of a section. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. The ledge clerk was just going to explain what was just asked for and procedurally how to do what is being requested by PS Turnbull with unanimous consent from the members. For a couple of minutes, just so that they can put everything in order and be able to inform the members. So, unanimous consent that was agreed to rescind Division 38, and those are from clauses 385 to 432. We would, in doing this, we rescind those that were already voted on, and we would now defeat all from 385 to 432, and that would rescind Division 38. Is that clear with all members? Yeah.
Yeah. And I just want to be clear, I misspoke earlier. I didn't say that there were pieces of Division 38 that were actually voted through, that were adopted, and there were pieces that weren't adopted. So the whole reason for wanting to remove the whole division is to remove those pieces that we adopted as well, because it doesn't, like, it's a whole division, and it's all about asylum seeker improvements to the processing for asylum seekers in Canada, and we just would prefer to have the whole thing gone rather than have a piecemeal version of a division that's not going to make sense. Thanks.
Okay. So MP Chambers.
Question of procedure. If a committee votes down a section of a bill, can those sections be reintroduced in another bill later?
It can be done, MP Chambers, at report stage.
Sorry, and just on that, is there any different? We're sort of rescinding our actions, and then we're defeating them en masse, right? So yeah, we're not, the government's not withdrawing those sections. We're withdrawing the votes that happened as if they never happened, and then we're just defeating that whole section. Is that the intent?
That is correct. Yeah.
No, we're defeating it, correct?
You're defeating. Everybody's defeating. That's the only way to get rid of that Division 38. Is to defeat it all, and it would be from 385 to 432.
We've got to do it on division because we invented that process. But
okay,
that's what I said earlier.
No, okay. Well, the clerk is with you. He said the same thing earlier. Okay, okay. So on division, division.
It's UC, and we're good.
So
it's got to be UC because we're going back in history.
Yep.
So
okay, unanimous consent for 385 to 432. Okay. Okay, so those are, we call them defeated? Yeah, defeated. Yeah, okay, so those are defeated. And now, where are we jumping to? Where did we go now? Well, members, now the grouping that we are at is so shall clauses 433 to 437 and clauses 439 and 440 carry.
Division.
Okay, I do see a hand up.
Okay.
And yeah, MP Davies.
Sorry, can you read those sections again?
Yeah. Yes. It's so it's 433 to 437, and 439 and 440.
So just a recorded vote on them as a section, because my instructions are to vote against those.
Okay. Okay, so we are having a recorded vote on the grouping, members, of 433 to 437, 439, and 440. Okay, clerk.
Mr. Baker. Mr. Zerowitz.
En faveur.
Mrs. Thompson.
In favor.
Mr. Turnbull.
In favor.
Mr. Sobara?
In favor, please.
Mr. Chambers? In favor. Mr. Downdall?
In favor.
Mr. Lawrence?
In favor.
Mr. Shipley?
In favor.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie?
En faveur.
Mr. Davis?
Against.
So yeas pour 10-10, nays contre 1-1.
They're carried. And now. Okay, so members, now these are going to the amended, right? No? Okay. Now we are going to start on the amended clauses. So back to clauses with amendments that have been submitted. The first one is 38, and that's CPC 1. And let me just give me a second to get there.
I guess.
I think I'd started
Yeah,
that already.
that's correct.
Okay, so CPC 1, and you'd like to move that?
Yes.
Okay.
So moved.
And would you like to speak to it at all, or no?
No, I
No?
have it in
Okay,
there,
so thank you, MP Lawrence. There is a ruling. So Bill C-69 seeks to amend the Income Tax Act by providing refundable tax credit for certain activities related to clean technology manufacturing property. The amendment attempts to add to the list of qualifying properties by including equipment used for helium production and would expand the tax credit provided in the bill. As the House of Commons Procedure and Practice, third edition states on page 772, since an amendment may not infringe upon the financial initiative of the Crown, it is inadmissible if it imposes a charge on the public treasury, or if it extends the objects or purposes or relaxes the conditions and qualifications specified in the royal recommendation. In the opinion of the chair, the amendment expands the tax credit provided in the bill to a new category of qualifying property, which would impose a new charge on the public treasury. Therefore, I rule the amendment inadmissible.
Can I challenge you, Chair? Might be fun. No, I'm not going to challenge
Oh,
you, Peter.
okay,
We're getting
okay,
along these days.
okay,
Why did I ruin that?
okay. Well, thank you for that, Phil. Yeah, and so because I'm going to have to do it again, and now because we are on to then it's a CPC 2 now.
I'll move and motivate that if that's okay, Mr. Chair.
Okay, you'll move that, and then I'll read my ruling.
I'm just gonna say a couple words on the record. I won't take long, but because our allies around the world are calling for our natural gas, and because natural gas, given certain alternatives, can actually dramatically reduce the amount of CO2 emissions. I would notably, the People's Republic of China is a heavy user of coal. If they were to, for example, switch to natural gas, we would reduce tremendously, up to 50% of the emissions. And in fact, by having the world switch from coal to natural gas, we would more than eliminate all the emissions that are produced here in Canada. So for those reasons, we would move this to include natural gas, as we believe it is a valuable transitional fuel.
Thank you, MP Lawrence. I do have a ruling. Bill C-69 seeks to amend the Income Tax Act by providing refundable tax credit for certain activities related to clean technology manufacturing property. The amendment attempts to add to the list of qualifying properties for including equipment used for natural gas production, which would expand the tax credit and provided in the bill. The House of Commons Procedure Practice, third edition, states on page 772, since an amendment may not infringe upon the financial initiative of the Crown, it is inadmissible if it imposes a charge on the public treasury or if it extends the objects or purposes or relaxes the conditions and qualifications specified in the royal recommendation. In the opinion of the chair, the amendment expands the tax credit provided in the bill to a new category of qualifying property, which would impose a new charge on the public treasury. Therefore, I rule the amendment inadmissible. Okay, so now we are on to CPC 3. And
That's
sure.
agreeable to the chair. This is related to both CPC 3 and CPC 4 are related. It's for the inclusion of uranium and nuclear activities within the credit. Conservatives believe that nuclear is critical to our fight on climate change and also critical to helping us with our productivity issues. Nuclear has provided clean, emission-free power, and when done properly with a high safety rate, which will provide affordable, clean energy for generations to come. For that reason, we believe that this amendment makes sense and will help both grow our economy and to fight climate change. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Lawrence. There is a ruling from the chair, and it's Bill C-69 seeks to amend the Income Tax Act by providing a refundable tax credit for certain activities related to clean technology manufacturing property. The amendment attempts to add to the list of qualifying minerals activities by including a conversion or fuel fabrication activity to those activities which would expand the tax credit provided in the bill. House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, states on page 772, since an amendment may not infringe upon the financial initiative of the Crown, it is inadmissible if it imposes a charge on the public treasury or if it extends the objects or purposes or relaxes the conditions and qualifications specified in the royal recommendation. In the opinion of the chair, the amendment expands the tax credit provided in the bill to a new category of qualifying mineral activities, which would impose a new charge on the public treasury. Therefore, I rule the amendment inadmissible. That's 3. So there's, yep. Okay, so members shall clause 38 carry. Carry? Okay, on division? Okay. Now we are jumping to CPC 4, right? Clause 80. Yep. Okay, so we're at Clause 80, and this is CPC 4. Would you like to move that?
We'll move CPC 4, and for the reasons stated, Conservatives continue to be a strong proponent of the nuclear industry, and we see this amendment as a significant assistance to the nuclear facility or nuclear industry, and might be added that numerous stakeholders related and within the nuclear industry are big proponents and big supporters of this, and certainly even my predecessor, Miss Kim Rudd, who unfortunately we've lost, was a huge supporter of nuclear industry from the Liberal Party as well. And I would encourage our members to vote for this as a way of supporting the nuclear industry to help grow our economy and fight climate change.
Well, thank you, MP Lawrence. There is a ruling from the chair. Bill C-69 seeks to amend the Income Tax Act, providing a refundable tax credit for certain activities related to clean technology manufacturing property. The amendment attempts to add to the list of qualifying materials by including uranium, which would expand the tax credit provided in the bill. House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, states on page 772, since an amendment may not infringe upon the financial initiative of the Crown, it is inadmissible if it imposes a charge on the public treasury or if it extends the objects or purposes or relaxes the conditions and qualifications specified in the royal recommendation. The opinion of the chair, the amendment expands the tax credit provided in the bill to a new category qualifying material, which would impose a new charge on the public treasury. Therefore, I rule the amendment inadmissible. Now we are CPC 5, yes. So we're at CPC 5 now. Yes. Oh, MP Chambers, yep. You would like to move this?
Yes, please, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, this was provided notice previously. The government has opened the door to publicly disclosing which companies or corporations take advantage of the investment tax credits. There's really no reason why we should be limiting transparency just to investment tax credits. Any company that receives a tax preference from the Government of Canada, whether that's a tax credit, deduction, a write-off, should be transparent if it's a corporation. So that was the genesis for this this amendment. I respect it as a much broadening definition of what is proposed, but that was the reason behind the amendment.
Right, well, thank you, MP Chambers. I'll now give my ruling. Bill C-69 amends several acts, including the Income Tax Act, to authorize the minister to make available to public taxpayer information relating to claims or receipts of a clean economy tax credit. The amendment seeks to expand this authorization to any tax credit. As House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition states on page 770, an amendment to a bill that was referred to committee after second reading is out of order. It is beyond the scope and principle of the bill. In the opinion of the chair, by expanding the authorization, the amendment goes beyond the scope of the bill as agreed to by the House at second reading. Therefore, I rule the amendment inadmissible. Okay. Now we have
Monsieur le Président, j'en appelle de votre...
Chair, I would like to appeal your decision. I don't have the same reading of it as you, so I would like to appeal your decision.
decision of the chair is not debatable. So, is that what he asked for?
He's challenging your decision.
Yeah.
So the challenge is not debatable.
It's not debatable, yeah. Challenge is not debatable, so, clerk?
Members, the question is, shall the chair's decision be sustained? So that means that if you vote in the affirmative, you're voting to support the chair's ruling. If you vote no, you're voting against the chair's ruling. Mr. Baker?
Support the chair.
Ms. Zerowitz?
Support the chair.
Ms. Thompson?
Support the chair.
Mr. Turnbull?
Support.
Mr. Sorbara?
I support the.
Mr. Chambers? Mr. Dowdall?
Oppose.
Mr. Lawrence?
No.
Mr. Chipley? Oh, Mr. Morin, sorry.
Negative.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie?
Contre.
Mr. Davis?
Respectfully, no.
So yeas pour 5-5, nays contre 7-7.
Okay, so it was overturned. Yep. So, members, it was overturned. Any further debate? Yep.
I just, Monsieur Saint.
Yes. So thank you, Mr. Chambers. It's your amendment, so I'd like to hear you explain it again for me. The more transparency about the company benefiting from tax credits, so we have nothing to hide. So it's a very important amendment. I would like to encourage all colleagues to vote for this amendment, which will make the situation more transparent for companies.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the support of colleagues to move this to the floor. You'll also note that the current legislation is, it says may, not shall, and so that decision is to the discretion of the minister. But I believe we should, in the interest of transparency, provide taxpayers with additional information where corporations have received tax preferences. We did during the wage subsidy. We listed out the corporations that had taken advantage of the wage subsidy. I think this is just good, transparent practice for those corporations that receive tax credits or deductions. I would think in the future there would be good legislation to consider all preferences by the government, whether that's a write-off or a tax credit or a deduction. But at least in this instance, I think we take the same spirit of transparency with the investment tax credits and put it to other corporations, or excuse me, to other examples, so long as it's a corporate entity.
Thank you, MP Chambers. I do have MP Davies.
I'll pass.
Okay. That's it for members. Okay, so shall CPC 5 carry?
Avec dissidence.
On division?
On division.
C5 carry. Recorded vote.
Mr. Baker?
I oppose.
Ms. Zerowitz?
Sorry, I didn't hear that. Oh, I oppose.
Ms. Thompson?
Oppose.
Mr. Turnbull?
Oppose.
Mr. Sorbara?
Contra.
Mr. Mr. Chambers?
In favor?
Mr. Downdahl?
In favor.
Mr. Lawrence?
In favor.
Mr. Morantz?
In favor.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie?
Pour.
Ms. Davis?
Against.
So yeas pour 6-6, nays contre 5-5.
Was that 4? I didn't get the. It was a. What did you have? 6 yeas. Okay, it was carried. No, what? So no.
6 yeas. Davies voted for.
He said nay.
He said nay. No.
Mr. Davies.
Okay.
Can we just confirm with Mr. Davies?
Okay, Mr. Davies, was that for or against?
It was an against.
Against. So it was defeated? Yep, it was defeated. Yeah. Okay, can you, in English, when you're going?
My apologies.
It's easier for me. Okay, so shall clause 80 carry? Members? Yes?
On
Carried? Okay, on division, now we've got our next one. That would come to, is that, do you have 113?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so we are at clause 113 now, members. And this is CPC 6. So would one of Conservative members like to move this?
Yes, I will. I'll move that and just motivate it if that's acceptable to the chair. Of course, Conservatives have been outspoken opponents of the escalator tax. We believe in the very basic principle of no taxation without representation. So the idea of automatic tax increases without the consent of the public is an offence, both to the taxpayers and to all Canadians, all voters at large, as they have not consented to this tax increase. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Members on CPC 6? Oh, MP Sainte-Marie?
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président.
Yes, thank you, Chair. My comments are for CPC 6 to CPC 18. These cancel excise tax on alcohol and also cutting excise tax to 50% for other items. I think we debated this last fall and also during preceding years. The idea of this tax, given its dollars by hectoliter, it's not indexed to inflation as opposed to sales tax or others that are a percentage. Given inflation is high, we denounced the situation. We were able to work with the government to limit the increase of the tax below inflation, so to 2%. So here saying no longer increase excise tax or reduce it, it's a question that needs to be asked. Unfortunately, we did not have a detailed debate about this for this bill. We had no witnesses that came to speak of this, rather than except for the microbreweries in Quebec. I will be speaking about my amendments that will be presented. So, yes, the Bloc Québécois thinks that the question of indexation for excise tax should be discussed. The topic is not examined enough to change it in such a way as presented in these amendments here presented. But the Bloc wants to help small craft like producers. As for microbreweries, there's an escalator excise tax that can help the small producers, the small artisan local producers, to help them to compete against the large distilleries that don't need this kind of help so much. What we will be presenting in the two block amendments are for these small artisanal producers, and to put in a system of escalator taxes for micro distilleries that would be similar to what's done for the microbreweries. So to help and favor the small emerging players, these artisans that are present in many places. For the moment, I will limit myself to the compromise that we had reached, that is to limit the rise of the excise tax to 2%, so below inflation. But I would be very open to the committee looking at this issue much more seriously in the future, to examine the excise tax and to debate the subject in detail and go with amendments that are proposed. But at this point, I'll vote against it.
MP Sorbara to speak to this.
I know we have a bit of limited time today. I'll just speak a little bit to the whole package of conservative amendments related to excise tax rate. And I think many of these, as I understand, are identical to ones that were proposed previously in a previous BIA that were voted down ultimately. I wanted to say that, you know, our government's proud of our support for brewers and specifically craft brewers. We've capped the excise escalator and made cuts to the excise tax rate for craft brewers, which will provide typical craft brewers with up to $86,952 in additional tax relief in 2024-2025. I think some of the amendments of the Conservatives that are being proposed today include ones that result in refunds on the excise tax rate paid since April 1st, 2024 to those who paid the excise tax who are unlikely to pass on those refunds to consumers. So for these reasons, we'll be voting against the whole package of CPC amendments today. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, PS Term. I give MP Sorbara.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. With regards to the excess tax and the legislative adjustments that were done in the first session from 15 to 19, and which I was a part of, and also in chairing the wine caucus, which has many members from the opposite side, and also being part of the beer caucus, if I can use that terminology in a serious sense. We've worked with industry, and we work with the wine industry, the spirits, and the beer industry to land at a spot where an announcement was made, supported by these very critical sectors of the economy, which employ a lot of middle-class Canadians. And I think I wish to applaud the Deputy Prime Minister and the team for working so collaboratively and getting to a point where the industry is happy, the workers are happy, the unions are happy, and we've capped the excise indexation rate at 2%. Also provided a good-sized tax cut to craft brewers of a certain size, and also provided the wine sector with the wine sector support program for the next 3 years, which will see the sectors receive a good flow of funding for growth and driving tourism and jobs. So, Mr. Chair, I'll leave it at that. I'll limit my interventions today, but I did want to intervene on this one. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Sorbara. Do you have MP Davies?
Yeah, I won't have much to say, but in addition to the comments of my colleagues from the Bloc and the Liberal Party, I think that the policy that we have in place now is eminently reasonable. It follows the CPI and is capped at 2%, so it's not really an additional cost on the industry. It keeps up with inflation, and the price of their products usually goes up. The only thing I'd want to add is two things. Is, the so-called sin taxes have always been a unique part of public policy when it comes to taxation. And that's a recognition that these products, while they have a number of benefits, they also come with some harms. And one of the harms I think should be put on the record is there's a number of studies now that have absolutely established a link between alcohol and cancer. And so I think there's a public policy rationale in making sure that there's a taxation regime that makes it clear that the products that are being marketed and sold, also that there's a taxation component that comes back from that to help pay for the other burdens that are placed on the public system, including the healthcare system. And the last thing I'll say about it is one thing about alcohol is that it is a discretionary product. It's something that people can choose either to purchase or not, and they can adjust their volumes or not as well. So that there's something to be, I think, said about that too. So I think that I'll be voting against the whole suite of amendments to reduce taxes on the alcohol industry. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, MP Davies. Okay, I think that's it for people who want to speak on this. Okay, so shall CPC 6 carry? Okay.
Défait avec
No.
dissidence.
No.
Defeated on division.
Okay.
Vote on this one.
Okay, that's a recorded vote.
Mr. Baker,
Opposed.
Ms. Zerwitz,
Oppose?
Ms. Thompson,
Oppose.
Mr. Turnbull,
Oppose.
Ms. Sorbara,
Oppose, please.
Mr. Chambers, Mr. Downdall,
In favor.
Mr. Lawrence,
Sorry, in favor.
Mr. Morantz,
In favor.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie,
Contre.
Monsieur Davies.
No.
So, yeas pour 4-4, nays contre 7-7.
It's defeated. Next, shall clause 113 carry? On division? Okay, on division. So we are now at new clause 113.1, and this is CPC 7. Would one of the members like to move that?
Yeah, I'll make my comments brief. I'll make my comments brief. I will move that, and as the earlier discussion, Conservatives are alone, I guess, in our belief that that Canadians are already burdened enough by high taxation on a number of products: income tax, sales tax, property tax, carbon tax, other various other taxes and levies by different, and we just want to give Canadians a break, and that's why we are moving to reduce a whole suite of measures to reduce the excise tax and let Canadians enjoy a beer in peace.
Okay. Thank you, MP Lawrence. So we've got shall CPC 7 carry?
We'll let this fail. That's fine. It's okay.
It's defeated.
Division.
Okay, now, members, we are on to block 0.1, and I'm first looking to see what MP Sainte-Marie would like to do.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président. Je vais me...
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm just going to get ready here. So, Block 1 is a very important adjustment to the government legislation. Let me give you some context. A few years ago, Australia went after Canada.
Est-ce que c'est bien à cet endroit que ça se retrouve? C'est le bon endroit.
Is this where it's found? Is this the right place to discuss this?
Donc, je présume que c'est l'endroit de le présenter. L'amendement...
MP Sainte-Marie, if you could read the reference number.
OK, ça sera pas très long.
Okay, I will go look for it. It was transferred because yesterday Mr. Roger transferred a new amendment to the committee, an amendment that replaces Block 2. So it's not the right one yet. There was more work to be done by the legislative clerks to bring it to a new form. That was sent to Mr. Roger this morning. And I'm just going to try and find it. And if Mr. Roger could distribute it, if I'm not mistaken, it's 131-52777. 131-52 777 or 717. If this is the right time to discuss it, I would do that now. One 13152
But the new version, yes.
OK. Donc, si je peux parler sur cette.
So if I could speak about this amendment, it is here to replace the Block 2 amendment that had some problems in the drafting of the text. This amendment allows us to put into place an escalator tax for microbreweries in terms of spirits. The goal of this amendment is to put in place for the micro distilleries what already exists for microbreweries and what exists in the U.S. The idea is to allow the small players, the local craft distillers, to pay a lower excise tax than what's paid by the big players in the industry to allow them to develop. The Socian came and testified in committee saying that micro distilleries are present everywhere in Canada, in every province, I'd say in every region. These are places that attract people. They're passionate craftspeople who put their heart in their production. And with the excise tax rate for these small players that have very high fixed overheads, it's impossible to compete with the major players. So the witness said that for a bottle that's $40, they keep $10 and $4 goes to the excise tax. So with this amendment, it would help out the micro distilleries. So I invite my colleagues to support this amendment. Thank you, Chair.
Any further debate on this? No? Okay. Oh, one moment. I'm just going to. Yeah, okay, sure. Thank you. And so there is a ruling, and I'll give you my ruling right now, and that is that Bill C-69 amends several acts, including the Excise Act. The amendment seeks to amend Section 1 of Part 1 of the Schedule of the Act by adding a new rates of duties for absolute ethyl alcohol contained in the spirits, depending on its production level. Since paragraph (1) of the said schedule provides for a uniform rate of duties to absolute ethyl alcohol, regardless of the quantity produced, the adoption of the amendment would create an incompatibility in the Act which renders the amendment inadmissible. As House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition states on pages 772 and 773, last, an amendment which would render a clause unintelligible or ungrammatical is also out of order. In the opinion of the Chair, the amendment is incompatible with paragraph brackets 1 of the schedule, and I therefore rule the amendment inadmissible.
Et Monsieur le Président, j'en appelle de votre.
Chair, I would like to challenge your decision.
Chair's ruling. So.
Members, the question is, shall the Chair's decision be sustained? That means that if you vote in the affirmative, you're voting to support the Chair's ruling, and if you vote no, you're voting against the Chair's ruling. Mr. Baker?
I support the Chair's ruling.
Ms. Zerowitz?
En faveur.
Ms. Thompson?
Support the Chair's ruling.
Mr. Turnbull?
I support.
Mr. Sorbara?
I sustain the Chair.
Mr. Chambers? Mr. Downdall?
No.
Mr. Lawrence?
Respectfully, no.
Mr. Morantz?
Nope.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie?
Contre.
Mr. Davies?
Sustain.
Yeas pour 6, nays contre 5, 5.
It's sustained. And do we go now to the... So, members, we are now at clause 114, and that is CPC 8. So, CPC 8. Okay, so just that once you've moved that, if CPC 8 is adopted, members, just so you're aware, CPC 9 cannot be moved due to a line conflict. Okay.
Thank you. And this is just a furtherance on our suite of amendments to the Excise Tax Act, seeking to give Canadians who happen to enjoy a beer or a drink of spirits a break on the taxation going forward. Conservatives will continue to oppose the excise tax increases. The escalators has caused enormous difficulties for our economy, for our spirit, and for our beer sectors, in addition to raising the cost of alcohol at a time when, well, Canadians could use a drink. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Lawrence. Shall CPC 8 carry? CPC 8. Shall CPC 8 carry? No. Okay, here no's, so it's defeated. Yep. And now we're on to CPC 9.
I will move that, but my comments stand.
Okay, thank you, MP Lawrence. Shall CPC 9 carry? No. No's, defeated. Okay, so shall clause 114 carry?
On division.
Okay, on division. Okay, so clause 115, CPC 10.
Once again, this is a reduction in the Excise Tax Act, and Conservatives continue to stand for lower taxes for Canadians.
Okay, so nobody else? Okay, shall CPC 10 carry? There's no's. Okay, defeated. Okay, shall clause 115 carry?
On division.
Okay, on division. Clause 116, this is CPC 11 now.
Once again, Conservatives are looking to give Canadians a break on their taxes, and we stand alone in that.
Okay, shall CPC 11 carry? Okay, no, defeated. All right, so shall clause 116 carry? Okay, on division. Now we're jumping right to, is it 123? 123. Okay. Okay, so members, we're at clause 123, and this is CPC 12. CPC 12, would member like to move that?
I will move that, but we'll just let it stand for what it is.
Okay, just so members are aware, if CPC 12 is adopted, CPC 13 cannot be moved due to a line conflict. Okay, so now shall CPC 12 carry? No. Okay, it's defeated. Okay, so CPC 13. Okay, CPC 13.
Once again, this is part of our suite of amendments meant to, in this case, reduce the excise tax increase to zero, giving Canadians a break with respect to taxation. And I mean, I've got to get one of these eventually, right?
So shall CPC 13 carry? No, let's go. It's defeated. Shall clause 123 carry? Okay. Okay, on division. New clause 123.1. This is block 1.
Oui.
And, yeah. MP Samari, do you wish to move your amendment? Yes?
Oui,
Yes, I would like to present it and to explain it to you briefly. As I said earlier, a few years ago, Australia went after Ottawa at the World Trade Organization for the tax on wine, and this is grape wine. So in Quebec, we call wine for grape produced from grapes, but we have another term for those created from other fruit or maple or honey. So Canada respected the World Trade Organization decision and brought a tax on Canadian wine, but it was only on wine made from grapes. So when we looked at that in committee, we created an amendment that relieves the producers of apple cider and of mead to this. So we weren't able to present an amendment that removes it from this tax wine made from honey, fruits, raspberries, blueberries, pear cider, production of alcohol from maple. The Australian challenge did not deal with this product. These are small craft workers that are working on regional products, local products. So we want to give them the same privileges as that was recognized by this committee for producers of apple cider and mead. So that's the intent of this amendment, and I invite all colleagues to adopt this amendment unanimously. Thank you.
I'd like to say that I think that this is a great idea, and we have a wonderful fruit winery not far from my home, actually in Jamil Javani's riding, in the riding of Durham. They do a fabulous job, and they certainly deserve a break. And so because of that, Conservatives will be supporting this fantastic amendment brought by the Bloc Québécois.
Thank you, MP Lawrence. I do have a ruling here, and I should have jumped in right after MP Sainte-Marie. But the ruling is that Bill C-69 amends several acts, including the Excise Act 2001, to add inflationary adjustment clauses. The amendment seeks to add a new category of exempted product to a clause that is not amended by the bill. As House of Commons Procedure and Practice, third edition states on page 771, an amendment is inadmissible if it proposes to amend a statute that is not before the committee or a section of the parent act, unless the latter is specifically amended by a clause of the bill. Since paragraph 134, bracket 3, bracket B of the Excise Act 2001 is not being amended by the bill, C-69 is therefore the opinion of the chair that the amendment is inadmissible.
Et, Monsieur le Président, j'en appelle encore.
And Chair, I would like to challenge your decision again and know that it's nothing personal. It's for the common good.
But the ruling has been challenged, so if the clerk can poll the members.
Mr. Baker?
Sustain the chair.
Ms. Derowitz?
Sustain the chair.
Ms. Thompson?
Sustain the chair.
Mr. Turnbull?
Sustain the chair.
Mr. Sorbera?
I'll sustain the chair.
Mr. Chambers?
Overturn.
Can you please repeat? Overturn. Mr. Downell?
Overturn.
Mr. Lawrence?
No.
Mr. Morantz?
Against.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie?
Contre.
Mr. Davies?
Sustain.
Yeas pour 6-6, nays contre 5-5.
Merci. And now we're to we're at clause 124, and this is CPC 14. MP Lawrence.
This is just a furtherance on our suite of amendments meant to give relief to taxpayers and to artisans across the country.
Thank you, MP Lawrence. So, members, if CPC 14 is adopted, CPC 15 cannot be moved due to a line conflict. Okay, so shall CPC 14 carry? No. Okay, no, it's defeated. Okay, and now we're at CPC 15.
I will move and motivate this. Once again, Conservatives believe that the affordability crisis, inflation, the cost of housing, the carbon tax has driven up the cost of nearly everything. And so when given the opportunity, Conservatives will continue to fight for lower prices on everything from beer to eggs to housing and all parts in between.
Okay, thank you. So shall CPC 15 carry? No, okay. It was defeated. And shall clause 124 carry? Okay. on division. Now we're at new clause 125.1, and it's CPC 16. MP Lawrence, would you like to
I will.
move this?
I will move that. And this is yet another effort by the worker bees of Parliament to reduce the burden on Canadians.
We have a ruling on this, and Bill C-69 amends several acts, including Excise Act 2001, to add inflationary adjustment clauses. The amendment seeks to establish new amounts of fines related to certain alcohol offenses. The House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, states on page 770, an amendment to a bill that was referred to committee after second reading is out of order if it is beyond the scope and principle of the bill. In the opinion of the chair, this addition is a new concept that is beyond the scope of the bill as adopted by the House at second reading. Therefore, I rule the amendment inadmissible. Okay, and now we are at 30.1, right? We are at new clause 130.1, and this is CPC 17. It's okay.
Yeah, once again, this is just furtherance on the reducing taxes on Canadians, and so we'll move it, and you never know, we might get a change of heart there.
Okay, so members, shall CPC 17 carry? No. Okay, it's defeated. Now we're at CPC 18.
I can't move this one.
C 18.
18. Okay, so thank you. And so shall, you're not going to speak to that, MP Morantz, so we'll go right to it. So shall CPC 18 carry? No, so I think it's defeated. Okay, so we are at, now where are we? 147, is that where you are? Yeah, okay. Yep. Okay. So clause 147, where it's CPC 19. If a member would like to move that, if
I'll move CPC 19.
Okay. Thank you, MP Morantz, and
shall
I do have a
pass.
ruling for that
Oh.
I can give you.
Can I give my commentary before?
No,
or do you want-
well, we'll just. Do
Or
you want to give a very short?
It'll be very
okay,
short.
Go
Mr.
ahead.
Overrule.
So,
But, yeah.
so yeah, there's been some debate with respect to the carbon tax over the last couple of years, and Conservatives look forward to a carbon tax election where we can once and for all put the carbon tax to bed and make life more affordable for Canadians again.
Thank you. I'll give my ruling now. Bill C-69 amends several acts, including Greenhouse Gas Pollution Pricing Act, by providing authority in certain circumstances for the sharing of certain information amongst federal officials and for the public disclosure of certain information by the Minister of National Revenue. The amendment seeks to repeal Greenhouse Gas Pollution Pricing Act in its entirety. As House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, states on page 771, an amendment is inadmissible if it proposes to amend a statute that is not before the committee or a section of the parent act, unless the latter is specifically amended by a clause of the bill. Since the sections of the Greenhouse Gas Pollution Pricing Act being repealed by the amendment are not amended by Bill C-69, it is therefore the opinion of the chair that the amendment is inadmissible.
I'd like to challenge your ruling.
Okay, there is a challenge to my ruling, so clerk, if you could poll the members.
Mr. Baker,
Sustain the chair.
Ms. Zerowitz,
Sustain the chair.
Ms. Thompson,
Sustain the chair.
Mr. Turnbull,
Sustain.
Ms. Sorbara,
Sustain the chair.
Mr. Chambers, Mr. Dowdall?
No.
Mr. Lawrence?
No.
Mr. Morant?
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie?
Contre.
Mr. Davies?
Sustain the chair.
Yeas pour 6, nays contre 5.
Okay, members, now we are on shall clause 147 carry, correct? Yep. Okay. Shall clause 147 carry? Yes, okay, carried. Okay, now we are moving to, is it 156? Is that where you're at? Okay, yep, clause 156, and that's CPC 20. So, so CPC 20, the amendment. And would you like to move that?
Yes, we'll move CPC 20 along with the NDP. I believe there's a series of amendments there to increase, to enhance this benefit to be more inclusive. We believe in the inherent importance of family physician assistants. Of course, they often do much of the difficult work of making sure we get better and so we believe that the benefits bestowed in this clause should be include family physician assistants.
Thank you, MP Lawrence. Now I'll give you my ruling. Bill C-69 amends several acts, including the Canada Student Loans Act. The amendment seeks to add family physician assistant to the list of people who would be eligible for student loan forgiveness. As House of Commons Procedure Practice 3rd edition states on page 772, since an amendment may not infringe upon the financial initiative of the Crown, it is inadmissible if it imposes a charge on the public treasury, or if it extends the objects or purposes or relaxes the conditions and qualifications specified in the royal recommendation. In the opinion of the chair, the amendment alters the terms and conditions of the initial royal recommendation, therefore imposing a charge on the public treasury. Therefore, I rule the amendment inadmissible. This ruling also applies to Amendment CPC 21 since it is consequential. Okay, members, so we are now going to NDP 1. So NDP 1, MP Davies, would you like to move this amendment?
Yes, similar to my friend Mr. Lawrence. So I think the fate of this is foreshadowed, but I'll just motivate it very quickly. The NDP believes that occupational therapists should be added to the student loan forgiveness underserved rural or remote communities program, along with other allied health professionals. Occupational therapists are in just as short supply. Their services are just as valued, and the principles and purposes of the forgiveness program apply to, in our view, as strongly to occupational therapists as they do to the other groups that the government has listed, and that's why we would ask that they be added. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We are NDP 1. Sorry. Thank you, MP Davies. I'll now give my ruling. So, Bill C-69 amends several acts, including Canada Student Loans Act. The amendment seeks to add occupational therapists to the list of people who would be eligible for student loan forgiveness. As House of Commons Procedure and Practice 3rd edition states on page 772, since an amendment may not infringe upon the financial initiative of the Crown, it is inadmissible if it imposes a charge on the public treasury or it extends the objects or purposes or relaxes the conditions and qualifications specified in the royal recommendation. In the opinion of the chair, the amendment alters the terms and conditions of the initial royal recommendation, thereby imposing a charge on the public treasury. Therefore, I rule the amendment inadmissible. The ruling also applies to Amendment NDP 2, since it is consequential. Okay. Now, do we have to go to shall 56? Yeah. Okay. Shall clause 156 carry? Yes. Okay. Carried. Okay. Now we members, we're at clause 157, and it's CPC 20. No, hang on. So, members, So we are at clause 157, and shall clause 157 carry? Carried? Okay. And no, because
CBC 21?
they were eliminated because of
Eliminated all of them?
CPC 20 because if CPC 20 did not pass, then CPC 21 was eliminated. Same thing with NDP 1 and NDP 2 was also taken out. Yeah. So we did that. Okay, so now we are at clause 158, and that is CPC 20. 57 carry. I think it already carried on division. Okay, now we are at clause 158, and this is CPC 22.
Given your earlier reading rulings, Conservatives would withdraw with unanimous consent CPC 22 and CPC 23. Thanks.
You can decide not to move it, MP Lawrence.
Okay, we'll just not move it then.
Decide not to move it. Okay. Okay, and members, you can always decide not to move something if it comes up. All right, now we are at NDP 3. NDP 3, so MP Davies.
Mr. Chair, given your previous ruling, we will not be moving that.
Okay, thank you. And shall clause 158 carry on division? Are we going to 160 now? Is that where we're at? So we are at clause 160. Shall clause 160 carry? So again, just in case on your notes, it may say CPC 23 and NDP 4, but again, because of what just happened, the amendments were consequential to CPC 22. That's why we don't have CPC 23 any longer. And also amendment was consequential to NDP 3. So that's why we do not have NDP 4 now. So members, clause 160, and now it's shall clause 160 carry. On division? All right, 197? Yep, okay. Members, we are at clause 197, and this is NDP 5.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will move this and speak briefly to it. This is a recommended amendment by the Public Service Alliance of Canada, who represents our the hardworking and talented civil servants in Canada. Essentially, the legislation as currently drafted only requires that the minister consult with the Minister of National Defence if the amount that is recalled from the Pension Investment Board to the Consolidated Revenue Fund is in relation to the Canadian Forces Superannuation Act. And also, the minister has to consult the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness if the amount is in relation to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police Superannuation Act. The NDP's amendment would require that when an amount is recalled from the Public Sector Pension Investment Board to the Consolidated Revenue Fund in certain circumstances currently defined under the Canadian Forces Superannuation Act, the Public Service Superannuation Act, you'll notice the addition of that, and the Royal Canadian Mounted Police Superannuation Act, that the bargaining agents that represent the employees covered by pension plans under those acts be consulted. So in short, obviously, pension and pension management is very important to workers. Frankly, pension contributions are very often exclusively, or at least in large part, the employee's deferred salary. It's their money. And this would simply require that if there's a recall of funds from their pension boards to the Consolidated Revenue Fund, that their bargaining agents at least be consulted about that. Their approval is not required. There's no extensive negotiations, but they should be consulted in our view. So I would so move that.
Okay, well, thank you, MP Davies. I do have MP Sainte-Marie and PS.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to thank Mr. Davies for having brought this amendment that's very reasonable. It's just more information, more consultations. I will vote for it, and I thank him for having proposed this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Sainte-Marie.
I just wanted to express our concerns with regard to this amendment as written, and I made Mr. Davies aware of these comments in relation to this. But while bargaining agents already have a role as part of the Public Sector Pension Plan Advisory Committee and are required to be consulted on matters such as setting the contribution rates and the handling of non-permitted surpluses, this would add a requirement that every time the government recalls funds to pay for member benefits, they would be required to consult with the bargaining agents. This would go against the spirit of the measure, which is intended to clarify the administrative process, and we think it would add significant new steps to it. And for those reasons, we'll be opposing.
Okay, thank you. P.S. Turnbull, anyone else? No? Okay, so shall NDP 5 carry? Here, no's.
Recorded vote on it, I think.
You want a recorded vote?
Unless, how are you voting? Oh, okay. Then division's fine.
Okay. So it's defeated. Okay. So now we are at shall clause 197 carry? On division? All right, members, we're at clause 198, and it's CPC 24.
I'll move and motivate that, Mr. Chair. And this has been raised within the fintech industry and by other financial institutions, a concern that there's an omission for small businesses within the framework for open banking. And so we sought to add clarity through this amendment and would encourage all members to vote for it.
And thank you, MP Lawrence. Any further debate? Yeah, P.S. Turnbull.
Yeah. Just in view of time, and I know the Conservatives have put forward a whole package of amendments related to consumer-driven banking framework, and I'm glad to see that that they're supportive of a regime that we're intending to stand up. But consumer-driven banking enables consumers to securely use data-driven financial services that can help them better manage their finances and improve their financial outcomes. For example, through consumer-driven banking, people could access services that allow them to build their credit by reporting their on-time rental payments to credit bureaus, making it easier to qualify for a mortgage, which is something we've proposed in our housing strategy. The amendments proposed by the Conservatives, however, are in some cases unnecessary and in others damaging to the framework that we're bringing forward. For example, this amendment attempts to include small businesses in the framework, despite the fact that the bill already notes that consumers, for the purposes of the bill, already include small businesses. So for that reason, we're opposed to the whole package.
Okay, thank you, P.S. Turnbull. I've got MP Sainte-Marie, and then we'll go to this, and then we'll suspend because we've got question period coming up. Yeah, MP Sainte-Marie.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. As I said earlier, I lament the fact that the committee adopted Division 16, the framework, which is the skeleton framework of open banking. It's a very poor basis. All the conservative components of this section are relying on foundations that aren't solid, that won't lead to success. So I will not be able to support these amendments given that they're based on unacceptable foundations. I would like to tell you that symbolically I will present my Block 3 amendment to clause to another clause.
24 carry? Okay, no. No, it's defeated. Okay, and on that, members, we will suspend at this time. We'll be back in this room at 3:30, members. So back in this room at 3:30. We're suspended. welcome back. And where we left off was we had already done CPC 24. So now we are at Shall Clause 198 carry.
Yes,
On division. All right, so next one is Clause 203, and this is CPC 25. Yeah. That was in all those.
So we'll go ahead and move this CPC 25, and this is additional safeguards that we put in with respect to the open banking, and we're hopeful that that other members will support it. Thank you.
Okay, members, shall CPC 25 carry?
No.
Okay, it's defeated, and now we'll go to CPC 26.
CPC 26. We'll move this as well, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
And CPC 26 is publishing information provided for in the regulations. We just want to make sure that there's additional transparency. Of course, we have witnessed over the last 9 years that there's been a significant decline in government transparency, and we have not witnessed sunny ways. And so we would call upon the other members to vote for this to encourage greater transparency.
Thank you, MP Lawrence. Shall CPC
yes, exactly.
Shall CPC 26 carry? Oh, I've got a hand up. MP Davies.
Sorry, just to make sure I understand this amendment, I'm not quite clear on that preamble from Mr. Lawrence. It says, the current language says the senior deputy commissioner must publish in the prescribed time and manner the prescribed information respecting consumer-driven banking. And if I understand his amendment, it's to change the must to may publish. So if anything, it's making it less transparent, because right now the legislation as drafted would require the commissioner to publish the information. So I'm just a little puzzled by that. How does making that discretionary increase transparency?
Okay, I don't know if you want this. MP Lawrence, no, you're good. Okay, so thank you, MP Davies. Shall CPC 26 carry? I don't think. No. Okay, defeated. Shall Clause 203 carry? Yes, okay, yes, on division, okay. Clause 204, members, CPC 27.
CPC 27. Well, I'll move it and just leave it as it is.
Okay, shall CPC 27 carry?
No.
Okay, that's defeated. Okay, shall Clause 204 carry? Okay, on division. And now we're jumping to. Yep, okay. Shall Clause Clause 207, sorry, CPC 28.
I will move that and motivate this. This requires. What? Sorry, I was distracted by the member from Vaughan Woodbridge there. Yeah. It requires balanced membership and transparency for any committee that advises or assists the senior deputy commissioner, recommended by numerous stakeholders.
Members, shall CPC 28 carry? Okay, that's no, I think it's been defeated. So CPC 29.
See, hey, let me at least move it first, Ryan. Like, come on, brother. Like, do we want to go back to filibustering? All right. Yeah, right. CPC 29 requires committee member remuneration to also follow governance best practices. We've all seen what happened, the AG reports, sorry, my apologies, reports, and we've seen the numerous reports of liberal insiders getting wealthy, and this is meant to be one of those safeguards to prevent that.
So members, shall CPC 29 carry? Oh, okay, that's no, it's defeated. Shall Clause 207 carry? Okay, on division. Members, we're at Clause 209, CPC 30.
We'll move it.
Yeah, we'll move it. Okay.
Just go ahead.
It's been moved, and shall CPC 30 carry? Okay. Yeah, MP Davies?
Can I just get a clarification on this? If I understand this, it says the commissioner or a person appointed, the senior deputy commissioner or a person appointed or a deputy commissioner must not hold, directly or indirectly, any interest or right in any shares of, and here's the additional words, any participating entity, including. That would modify any financial institutions. So could I ask my Conservative colleague to sort of explain what they intend to, like what the rationale for this is? Because it sounds like it would expand the conflict of interest criteria, which may be a good thing.
Okay, thank you, MP Davies. I think, would you like to speak to it? MP I'm not sure if MP.
MP
Lawrence?
What we're seeking to do through this amendment is to clearly spell out that fintechs are included with respect to the conflict of interest provisions as well. If that helps my colleague.
I'll just add to that this is actually what it does is any senior or deputy commissioner needs to be clear, and they shouldn't have direct or indirect interest or right to shares of any participating entity. So it's more of a conflict of interest thing.
Is that defined anywhere, participating entity, or? Okay.
So entity is defined in the Act.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. So members, shall CPC 30 carry? Okay, you're.
Gabrielle supported or not.
Okay, recorded vote.
Mr. Baker?
Against.
30.
Ms. Zerowitz?
Contre.
Ms. Thompson?
Against.
Mr. Turnbull?
Against.
Mr. Sabara?
Against.
Mr. Downdell?
In favor.
Mr. Allan?
In favor.
Mr. Lawrence?
Yes.
Mr. Morant?
Yes.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie?
Contre.
Mr. Davies?
Yes.
Almost had more. Well, thanks, Don.
Defeated. Shall clause 209 carry?
On division.
Okay, on division. So we're at clause 213, and this is CPC 31. Does somebody want to move it? Okay, MP skipping it. Okay. Drawn. Okay, so that's been withdrawn. So now shall clause 213 carry? On division. Okay. Okay, members, clause 216. This is CPC 32. Anybody like to move it or no? Withdraw?
We'll pull 32 to 34.
Okay, so 32 to 34 are withdrawn. And now shall clause 216 carry? On division? Okay. So now at clause 217, this is CPC 34.1. Okay, that's withdrawn. And shall clause 217 carry? On division. Clause 221, this is CPC 35.
Given the way things are going, we'll pull our the 35.1 and 35.
35 and 35.1 are both withdrawn.
Yeah, not going to pass it.
And now we are at shall clause 221 carry? on division. And we are at clause 227. This is block 3. And
Oui. Donc, j'aimerais le.
I would like to present the motion for this amendment, especially because the issue on open banking isn't just federal. There are aspects that are under provincial jurisdiction and interfere with provincial jurisdiction. And at least the provinces need to give their consent to these provisions. And I would like to have a recorded vote, please.
okay, well, MP Samari, I do have a ruling on this. And so first, Bill C-69 amends several acts. The bill provides for the coming into force of its sections 213 to 221 and 224, which relate to the Financial Consumer Agency of Canada Act on a day or days to be fixed by order of the Governor and Council. The amendment attempts to subject all clauses of the bill which relate to the Financial Consumer Agency of Canada Act to the written consent of all the provinces before their coming into force, which is a new concept that goes beyond the scope of the bill as agreed to by the House at second reading. As the House of Commons Procedure and Practice third edition states on pages 773 and 774, an amendment intended to alter the coming into force clause of a bill, making it conditional, is out of order since it exceeds the scope of the bill and attempts to introduce a new question into it. In the opinion of the Chair, and for the aforementioned reason, the amendment introduces a new concept that is beyond the scope of this bill. Therefore, the amendment is inadmissible.
Et à ce sujet, Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Chair, I feel that your interpretation is much too restrictive, and I want to challenge your decision.
My decision's been challenged. It's not debatable. Clerk, if you can poll the members.
Members, the question is, shall the chair's decision be sustained? That means that if you vote in the affirmative, you're voting to support the chair's ruling, and if you vote no, you're voting against the chair's ruling. Mr. Baker?
Je soutiens Mr. Fonseca.
I support the chair.
Sustain the chair.
Ms. Thompson?
Sustain the chair.
Mr. Turnbull?
Sustain.
Mr. Sorbara?
In agreement, sustain the chair.
Mr. Downdall?
Opposed.
Mr. Allan?
Against.
Mr. Lawrence?
No.
Mr. Morant?
Nope.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie?
contre.
Mr. Davies?
En faveur.
Yes pour 6, nays contre 5.
Merci. It's sustained. So now shall clause 227 carry? Yes, on division. Okay, we are at 248. Yep. Okay, clause 248, and this is NDP 6.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would move this, if I could. It's quite simple. This budget does contain a positive provision to bring in a right to disconnect kind of policy so that employees can be protected from having their work life impinge upon their private life. So our amendment would prohibit employers or persons acting on behalf of employers from intimidating, dismissing, penalizing, disciplining, or otherwise taking reprisals against employees or threaten to take such actions in relation to right to disconnect policies. In other words, if someone makes a complaint upholding their rights to disconnect, that they don't face workplace reprisals because of that.
Okay, thank you, MP Davies. I do see MP Sainte-Marie's hand up, and I also see PS Turnbull's hand up. Yep.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Chair, I think that this is a very important amendment, and the arguments made by Mr. Davies are very strong, and I think we should unanimously support the amendment.
Thank you very much, MP Sainte-Marie. PS Turnbull.
Yeah, I appreciate this amendment that Mr. Davies has put forward. I think it's important to, as a measure to restore work-life balance and for many workers in federally regulated industries. And the right to disconnect seems, like it's a contribution to ensuring that there's a right to disconnect from work outside of work hours. And so we'll be supporting this. Thanks.
Thank you, and see no further hands. So shall NDP 6 carry? Okay, carried on division. All right, so shall clause 248 carry? As amended. As amended. Shall clause 248 as amended carry on division? Okay. All right. There we go. 269?
269.
269, okay. So members clause 269, and this is CPC 36.
As the courts struck down as unconstitutional parts of Bill C-69, what we call the No New Pipelines Bill, standing up for Alberta and our low-carbon energy, responsible energy sector, we would like to see the Impact Assessment Act repealed altogether.
Okay, looking around. So thank you, MP Howland, and I'll now give my ruling. Bill C-69 amends several acts. The amendment seeks to repeal the Impact Assessment Act in its entirety. As House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition states on page 771, an amendment is inadmissible if it proposes to amend a statute that is not before the committee or a section of the parent act, unless the latter is specifically amended by a clause of the bill. Since the sections of the Impact Assessment Act being repealed by the amendment are not amended by Bill C-69, it is therefore the opinion of the chair that the amendment is inadmissible. Yeah. Okay, so we are at shall clause 269 carry. Okay, so carried on division. We're at clause 271, and this is NDP 7.
Mr. Chair, we will not be moving that.
Okay, so that's been withdrawn. And then I've got next NDP 8.
Similarly, we will not be moving that.
Okay, that's been withdrawn. Shall clause 271 carry? Carried on division. Okay, clause 273. 273, and let's see, I got a note here. Okay, so NDP 9 can only be moved if NDP 8 was adopted, which it was not, right? So okay, so this can't be moved because NDP 8 was not adopted. Okay, remember, so that's clause 273, and now shall clause 273 carry? Okay, on division. Okay. Shall clause, clause 291, and we have NDP 10.
Mr. Chair, we will not be moving that.
Okay, that'll be withdrawn. And then we have NDP 11.
Similarly, we will not be moving that either, Mr. Chair.
Okay, NDP 11 also withdrawn. Okay, so shall clause 291 carry? Okay, carried on division. Okay, so we are at now clause 292, and we have NDP 12.
Mr. Chair, we will not be moving that amendment.
Thank you. Okay, so shall clause 292 carry? Okay, carried on division. Okay, so shall, no.
321.
Oh, yes. Clause 321, this is CPC 37.
Thanks very much. And, Conservatives will be pleased to move that. And what this allows for is that traditionally tax accountants have been allowed to go to tax court to advise and advocate for their clients. This would allow them to continue this practice to represent their clients in tax court going forward. It would give the opportunity for individuals who find themselves in tax court to be advocated by the professional of their choice. Oftentimes accountants have an excellent degree of knowledge with respect to these tax situations and have also been following the file sometimes since inception. And it only makes sense for them to continue this throughout the court and legal process. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Lawrence. MP Samari, I do see your hand up, but this is not debatable because it's not admissible. So I am going to, I'm going to give my ruling now to MP Lawrence and to the members. So Bill C-69 amends several acts, including the Tax Court of Canada Act, to provide the under special circumstances the court grants leave to the party to a proceeding that is not an individual to be represented by a director, officer, employee, member, or partner of the party, or by a lawyer in normal circumstances. The amendment seeks to provide for the party to be represented in normal circumstances by a tax accountant, which is a new concept that goes beyond the scope of the bill, as agreed to by the House at second reading. As House of Commons Procedure and Practice, third edition states on page 770, an amendment to a bill that was referred to committee after second reading is out of order if it is beyond the scope and principle of the bill. In the opinion of the chair, and for the aforementioned reason, the amendment introduces a new concept that is beyond the scope of the bill. Therefore, the amendment is inadmissible.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to challenge that because I think that's actually an incorrect ruling because it's not a new concept, whether you're being represented by a lawyer or a tax professional.
Okay, and thank you, MP Lawrence. I've been challenged, and so the ruling, if the clerk can poll the members.
Mr. Baker?
Sustain the chair.
Ms. Zerowitz?
Sustain the chair.
Ms. Thompson?
Sustain the chair.
Mr. Turnbull?
Sustain.
Mr. Sorbara?
Sustain the chair as well.
Mr. Downdell?
No.
Mr. Allan?
Against.
Mr. Lawrence?
No.
Mr. Morantz?
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie?
Contre.
Mr. Davies?
Sustain.
Yeas pour 6, nays contre 5.
Okay, sustained. So next we have shall clause 321 carry. Okay, carried on division. Members, now we're at clause 326, and this is NDP 13.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With your permission, I'd like to move this motion or this amendment. We've talked about these before. These are the provisions that would provide powers to the Minister of Health to act in a number of different situations. Essentially, my amendment would to add the words "on reasonable grounds" to the Minister of Health's belief, just to put some guardrails around the exercise of his discretion, which I think is very reasonable.
Thank you, MP Davies. I do see P.S. Turnbull's hand.
Yeah, we agree with this. I think I've made that clear earlier, that there's a package of amendments here that the NDP has put forward which adds reasonable grounds. It obviously was consistent with the intention that we had, but I think it adds some additional clarity. So thank you, Mr. Davies, for putting them forward, and we will be supporting. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, sorry, I'd just like to ask for unanimous consent to support NDP 13, NDP 14, NDP 15, NDP 16, and NDP 17 to pass. They're all similar, so.
Okay.
Please don't. Now it's my future ability to have
members on that unanimous consent. So we just have to
I hope so.
So what MP Lawrence has requested, and for the members and the unanimous consent that was given. So just the sequence on how we have to do that is that we would be able to adopt to carry NDP 13, 14, and 15 first, if we have unanimous consent, and then we would have to go to clause 326. To see if clause 326 would carry, and then we can get to NDP 16 and 17. And so NDP 13, 14, and 15 carried with unanimous consent. Yep. Okay, that's done. And now shall clause 326 carry? Yes, carried. Okay, and now we will go to NDP 16. And that will be instead of 327?
Yeah, just make sure that Mr. D.
Okay, yes, okay. So, yes, Mr. Davies, are you moving NDP 16? Yes?
Yes, I will. And in light of the generous position of my colleagues, I'd also move NDP 17 if we can group those at the same time. As long as it's recorded that the Conservatives have agreed with the NDP 5 times, written somewhere. I knew I pushed it too much.
That's great that you'll do that, but we need you to move one at a time. So first you'll
I'll
have
move
to
NDP 16, please.
NDP 16, okay. So NDP 16 members, shall NDP 16 carry? Carried, yes, okay. Okay, so now I have to go to shall clause 327 carry. Okay, on division. Okay, now we will go to NDP 17, and if and P.
So
Davies.
moved.
Okay, it's moved. And members, so shall NDP 17 carry? Yep. Yes, carried. Okay. And now members shall clause 328 carry? As amended. As amended. Okay. Okay. Carried on division. Okay. Now we are at, where are we here? What's the next one you have? So I don't even have to bring that up, right? Is where we are now, members, and we are at NDP 26.1.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. On 26.1, I would like to move that amendment. I should note that on May the 13th, actually, more than 80 civil liberty or civil society organizations, settlement agencies, and religious groups had written a very strongly worded letter to the Prime Minister about these provisions in the Budget Implementation Act.
MP Kwan, yeah, sorry to interject. Because you're not subbed in, it has to be MP Davies that has to move it. Yeah, that has to move it.
Oh, I thought I was subbed in. Okay.
So, for NDP 26.1.
She is probably subbed in. But
is she?
He's still in the room.
Maybe subbed in, but when MP Davies is in the room, we can't.
The substitution doesn't take place.
The substitution does not take place.
I see.
Yeah.
Sure. I'm happy to. So if I leave the room, then Ms. Kwan can. Okay.
So MP Davies.
He can move it and she can speak to it. He just has to.
MP Davies can move it, but if MP Davies doesn't move it, then MP Davies has to leave the room, and MP Kwan has to move it. Yes,
Mr. Chair,
can move it.
Mr. Chair, if I move it, then Ms. Kwan can speak to it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe it's easier.
Okay.
I'll move that motion.
Okay, so that is NDP 26.1. MP Davies moves that amendment, and MP Kwan, please.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'll just speak to it very briefly then. As I was indicating on March the 13th, over 80 civil societies, settlement agencies, and religious organizations have written a strongly worded letter to the Prime Minister with their concerns around expanding immigration detention into federal prisons. Earlier today, the provisions around setting up this format was passed, but with that being said, this amendment is an attempt for the NDP to at least try and put some parameters then within that framework, and that is to have a high risk be clearly defined in legislation rather than leaving it up to regulation and for it to be defined behind closed doors. And so to that end, Mr. Chair, that's what the amendment seeks to do. And in the definition of high risk, it really is meant to provide some limitations around what would be deemed as high risk in this instance. So, Mr. Chair, I just want to highlight a couple of elements within that. I won't read, of course, the entire amendment on the record here, but really. We attempted to put some parameters there, and is to the nature and level of danger to the public that the person poses related to, for example, any conviction related to sexual offenses or an offense involving violence or weapons. And of course, same conviction outside of Canada as well. There are provisions related to it with regard to pending charges in this with these offenses, and also we wanted to put parameters around engagement with terrorism or gang activities and as such. So, Mr. Chair, I think these are some of the provisions in declaring what is deemed to be high risk in that context. The other thing I think is worth noting here as well is that we're also adding to this with an amendment around mental health. And when considering these matters, the mental health aspect of the individual should also be taken into consideration. And so that's also written within the amendment here. And of course, there are some accountability measures related to it, which means that when someone is to be detained, there has to be some level of accountability with respect to notice, with respect to written notice, advising the individual as such, and then, of course, allowing the individual to undertake representation if they seek to do so. So that's just sort of a quick summary in terms of where it is at, in terms of try to put these parameters in place.
Well, thank you, MP Kwan, and I do have P.S. Turnbull that would like to speak also to this.
Just very briefly, thanks to the member for bringing this forward. I think this is a good amendment. I think it both reflects the advocacy of parliamentarians as well as senators, and so we're happy to support this. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, P.S. Turnbull. Let's see, anybody else? Okay, so shall NDP 26.1 carry?
Oui.
Yes, carried? Okay, carried.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Could we get a recorded vote on this, please?
It just carried. It just went through.
Okay, sorry.
Sorry, MP Kwan. Yeah,
All right.
I didn't get it before I asked for the vote. Okay, so shall clause 438 carry? As amended, sorry. Shall clause 438 as amended carry? Okay, on division. Okay, that's done. And now we are at clause 441, NDP 27.1. Would
so moved, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So MP Davies has moved that amendment. I just need to read something in here. So because it's been moved, if NDP 27.1 members is adopted, NDP 28 cannot be moved due to a line conflict, just so everybody is aware. So NDP 27.1, would anybody like to speak to it? Yeah, MP Kwan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. If I could just take a couple of moments to speak to this. This clause speaks to the sunset clause in the bill. And so my amendment seeks to reduce the sunset clause to 2 years, Mr. Chair, and I hope committee members will support it.
Okay. On NDP 27.1, PS Turnbull.
Just very quickly, yes, we appreciate Ms. Kwan and the NDP's advocacy on this, and we will be supporting it.
Okay, so shall NDP 27.1 carry?
C'est peut-être le moment de demander le vote.
This might be a good time to ask for a recorded vote.
Est-ce que Mme Kwan suggérait un vote?
Was Ms. Kwan going to suggest a recorded vote?
Yeah, just gone through again. Nobody said anything, so yeah. Okay. So it is it's gone through. It's carried. So we are now at NDP 28 is no longer. So yep, shall clause 441 as amended carry. Okay, carried on division. Yep. Okay. And now we are members at clause 4.
Point of order.
Point of order.
Can we have a quick suspension? I think we've made a bit of an error on our end. Just for a minute.
Okay, we're suspended. Thank you, everybody, for your time. So, I've got P.S. Trimble.
Okay, so my apologies, colleagues. On 27.1, I was a bit confused, and I would ask that, and we were moving quite quickly, I admit, and that's a good thing, of course. We're making lots of progress. But we would like to revisit the vote on 27.1, and I would ask for the committee's consent to do so.
For that to be on PS Turnbull, we did need unanimous consent to open clause 441, and then, of course, unanimous consent for to go back to 27.1.
Can I?
Yes, thank you, Lawrence.
Conservatives will agree to UC, but when I woke up this morning, I did not expect what I'd be accused of by the Liberal Party was moving their budget through too quickly.
All right, so members, good one, yes, yeah, well done. So unanimous, we have unanimous consent. So now, members, we're on clause 441 and NDP 27.1, and does that have to be moved again, or no? No. Okay, and 27.1 has been reopened. Yeah. Okay.
Can we have a recorded division?
Okay. Oh, MP Kwan.
Thank you very much. Yes, Mr. Chair, I was just going to call for a recorded division on this, and I just want people to understand what's happening here. The reason why we're revisiting 27.1, which is the provision on the sunset clause, with my amendment to have a sunset clause of 2 years for the immigration detention provisions of this bill. However, there appears to be a mistake that has been made, and that the Liberal members did not intend to support this amendment. Neither did the Conservatives, and so what is required is for a unanimous consent motion for us to revisit this, and this is what we're doing. And the NDP. And I won't speak for the bloc, but I know that we share the same views around this matter. Is that we wanted to see a 2-year sunset clause. But if we did not provide unanimous consent for us to revisit this, then the Liberals and Conservatives will join in a coalition fashion and will defeat the entire amended section on the sunset clause, which we did not want to do. I want to have the opportunity to them to be able to move another amendment under NDP 28 that changes the sunset clause to 5 years instead of 2.
Okay, well, thank you, MP Kwan. And on that, so members, we'll go to a recorded vote.
Mr. Baker?
Opposed.
Ms. Zerowitz?
Oppose.
Ms. Thompson?
Oppose.
Mr. Turnbull?
Oppose.
Mr. Sorbera?
Oppose, please.
Mr. Downdall? Mr. Chambers?
Oppose.
Mr. Allen?
Against.
Mr. Lawrence?
Against.
Mr. Morantz?
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie?
En faveur.
Mr. Davies?
In favor.
Yeas pour 2-2, nays contre 9-9.
Okay, it's defeated. Okay, so now because it was defeated, we can go to NDP 28. So MP Davies, you would have to, move it. Okay, so MP Davies has moved that, and I've got a hand up, MP Kwan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And so NDP 28 is an amendment to change the sunset clause to 5 years with no renewal. Seeing as that NDP 27.1 was defeated, where we had wanted to see a sunset clause of 2 years with no renewal, was just defeated. We now are moving forward with another suggestion, which is a sunset clause of 5 years with no renewal. I hope committee members will support this.
Okay, thank you, MP Kwan. So members, shall NDP 28 carry? Okay, carried. On division. And now we've got shall clause 441 as amended carry. On division. Members, we are now at clause 445, and this is block 4.
Oui, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Chairman, I want to introduce the BQ4 amendment. In the annual report of the banks, that's what we're dealing with, and we want more transparency because we want disclosure. And we, under open banking and green investments, we want to have more transparency for these investments so that we don't, where fossil fuels are concerned.
I'll give you my ruling. Bill C-69 amends several acts, including the Trust and Loan Companies Act, to provide that the directors of a company or a prescribed class must make available prescribed information respecting diversity among directors and members of senior management. The amendment seeks to add an obligation to disclose information respecting the company's investments in entities that produce fossil fuels, which is a new concept that goes beyond the scope of the bill, as agreed to by the House at second reading. As House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, states on page 770, an amendment to a bill that was referred to committee after second reading is out of order if it is beyond the scope and the principle of the bill. In the opinion of the chair, for the aforementioned reason, the amendment introduces a new concept that is beyond the scope of this bill. Therefore, the amendment is inadmissible.
Monsieur le Président, en tout respect, votre
Mr. Chairman, I say with all due respect that your interpretation is too narrow, and I would challenge your ruling.
Merci, MP Samari. My ruling's been challenged, so if the clerk can poll the members.
Mr. Baker?
Sustain the chair.
Ms. Zerowitz?
Sustain.
Ms. Thompson?
Sustain the chair.
Mr. Turnbull?
Sustain.
Mr. Sorbera?
The chair, please.
Mr. Chambers?
Sustain.
Mr. Alain?
Or sorry, did you say? Yes. Oh.
Are we sustaining it or no?
Oh, no.
Mr. Allen?
Hey, did you not see what happened 5 minutes ago?
Mr. Lawrence?
Voting no, right? It's just. I'm going no. I'm not sustaining this chair. Him and I are done.
Mr. Mr. Morris?
That's what
the chair is unsustainable.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie?
Contre.
Mr. Davies?
We support the moving to a sustainable chairmanship. I sustain it.
So, yeas pour 6, nays contre 5, 5.
Okay, well, thank you. It's been sustained, the decision, and now we are at block 5. Yes, block 5. MP Sainte-Marie.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When we keep in mind that up until the financial crisis of 2008, the Superintendent of Financial Institutions required banks to reveal their financial information with respect to taxes. And here we just want to bring this measure back so that in their annual reports, this information is provided. Thank you.
CMP Sainte-Marie, I will now give you my ruling on this one. Bill C-69 amends several acts, including the Trust and Loan Companies Act, to provide that directors of a company or prescribed class must make available prescribed information respecting diversity among directors and members of senior management. The amendment seeks to add an obligation to disclose information respecting the company's investments in countries recognized as tax havens, which is a new concept that goes beyond the scope of the bill, as agreed to by the House at second reading. As House of Commons Procedure and Practice, third edition states on page 770, an amendment to a bill that was referred to committee after second reading is out of order if it is beyond the scope and principle of the bill. In the opinion of the chair, and for the aforementioned reason, the amendment introduces a new concept that is beyond the scope of the bill. Therefore, the amendment is inadmissible.
Oui, et Monsieur le Président, c'est certainement...
Mr. Chairman?
Here, MP Samadi, the bells are ringing. We would need unanimous consent to continue. Okay, we have unanimous consent to continue. Yep, go ahead. You've heard my rule, MP Samadi.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the concept of tax havens is not new for the bank, and therefore I challenge your decision.
Okay, my ruling's been challenged. So, clerk, if can poll the members.
Mr. Baker?
Sustain the chair.
Ms. Zerowitz?
Sustain the chair.
Ms. Thompson?
Sustain the chair.
Mr. Turnbull?
Sustain the chair.
Mr. Sorbara?
Sustain the chair.
Mr. Chambers?
Overturn.
Mr. Allen?
Against.
Mr. Lawrence?
No.
Mr. Morantz?
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie?
Contre.
Ms. Davies? Mr. Davies?
Mais oui.
Yeas pour 6, nays contre 5.
Merci.
I like it,
so
but it's out
now
of
we
scope.
have shall clause 445 carry. On division. All right, members. Now we have jumped to clause 461. This is NDP 29.
I'd like to move this, Mr. Chair, it's our last amendment. In brief, this amendment would add a requirement that in making regulations under the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act that relate to any authorization or class of authorizations for supervised consumption or drug checking services, that the Governor and Council take into account the need to improve the availability and accessibility of those services without increasing the administrative burden on service providers and operators in order to increase the number of lives that those services have been proved to save. So moved.
Okay, well, thank you, MP Davies. I do see a hand up. P.S. Turnbull.
Yeah, I would like to thank Don and the NDP for proposing this amendment. Supervised consumption and drug checking services help to save lives, there's no doubt. They're an important evidence-based part of Canada's comprehensive public health response to addressing substance use-related harms and the overdose crisis. While the goal of this measure and proposed new regulatory scheme is absolutely to improve the availability and accessibility of supervised consumption and drug checking services across Canada, it is also our government's intent to maintain strict controls that are consistent with the public health and public safety objectives of the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. We believe the balance between these two pieces is really important to get right, and we believe that this measure as drafted, i.e. the actual clause 461, properly reflects that balance, and we don't want to tamper with that, so we'll be voting against this amendment.
Okay, thank you, P.S. Turnbull. Anyone else? No? Okay.
Oui, oui, Monsieur le Président.
Sorry, I apologize. MP Samadi, didn't see your hand up.
Mr. Chairman, unfortunately, I didn't have the time to have in-depth discussions on this amendment, and we weren't able to have witnesses, specialists to come before the committee to talk about this issue. So I'm not sure if I can support this, but I think we would have to have some specialists in this matter to come before the committee. So,
thank you, MP Sainte-Marie, and I have MP Lawrence.
Just a quick comment, just to get the Conservative position on the record. We've seen with the experimentation of decriminalization of drugs that we have people dying from coast to coast in the opioid crisis. We've seen that so-called legal drugs have been, or government subsidized drugs have been traded for harder and harder on the drugs. harder and harder drugs, making the opioid crisis worsen. Conservatives strongly stand against this amendment.
Thank you. And down so shall NDP 29 carry? Okay, it's no. I think it's defeated. Okay, members, that's bringing us close to the end. Where we are right now is okay. Shall the title carry?
No, on division. No.
Okay.
On division.
Shall the on division?
Okay. On division, avec dissidence.
Okay. Carried on division. Shall the bill as amended carry?
On division.
Okay, carried on division. Shall the chair report the bill as amended to the House?
On division.
Okay.
Maybe next year sometime.
Yes. And shall the... Oh, wait. 1 second, members. So, members, we just have to go back to shall clause 461 carry? Okay, carried on division. And now, do we have to do this one? Yes. To reprint? Yep. Okay. Shall the committee order a reprint of the bill as amended for the use of the House at report stage?
Absolutely not. On division.
On division. I had already done that.
We need to say.
Yeah. Okay. So, members, we have gotten through C69. So, congratulations to all of you for all your hard work. And good things happen when we work together. Okay. All right. Thanks, members. And on that, shall we adjourn? Yeah.
Can I just mention that Thursday's meeting, just given the fact that we've put in so many extra hours yesterday and today, I would just recommend that we perhaps not meet on Thursday and consider meeting the following week. I think that'll give us enough time to have all the meetings that we had agreed to.
Okay, so this is this on the...
Just quickly, yeah, it's in regards. I just wanted to ask you, Chair, the clerk. I know we've given Mark Carney, Carbon Tax Carney, ample dates to attend this committee. I just wanted to confirm if he's accepted our gracious request to show up, since he will be the next Liberal leader.
No, I know the invitation has gone out, and that's what I could tell you. That clerk. No.
Et Monsieur le Président.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman? With respect to what Mr. Turnbull has suggested, we have adopted topics for study, but the government is going to come to us with the capital gains tax change. So I would like to know whether the committee is going to then be prepared to study that bill.
Okay. I don't know if P.S. Turnbull or committee members, it's about the MP Samari is asking about the capital gains legislation that would come to us. And if the committee's...
Chair, I think committee members know that I can't speak to and don't know exactly when legislation will be introduced, but all members would get notice at the same time when a piece of legislation is introduced in the House. But I think the member probably heard that the Minister of Finance spoke to that today in question period. So if he was paying attention, I think she actually said something about the timing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that. To P.S. Turnbull, to have MP Davies.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not only happy but deliriously relieved to not sit Thursday. We have sat. I'm in Vancouver. I was up at 5 a.m. on Friday and Monday. We've all sat a lot of hours in the last 5 days. But my question is just about if we could get a notice from the clerk very quickly on what we're doing next week, so that we could get some witnesses in. That would be very helpful. I'm not sure what we're doing next Tuesday and Thursday, but if we could find that out tomorrow, then and maybe have a deadline of Thursday to get witnesses in and to give the clerk something they often doesn't have, which is some time to contact witnesses to schedule them. That would be helpful.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Amby Davies, and we'll take that, noted that. Okay. So members, so we're adjourned. We're not here on Thursday. We'll see everybody next week.